Shoot, an ad break for BARKBOX? Yeah, say no more, I can do that. Check this out. BARKBOX is a monthly subscription service providing dog products, services, and experiences. Bark services over 1 million dogs monthly through BARKBOX and Super Chewer subscriptions and retail distribution. Check out BARKBOX now. Exclusive link in description below. Yeah, no, I think I nailed it. I also got to do one for Atlas VPN. Okay, I can do an ad break for Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is a VPN. If you're searching the web without a VPN, you're not doing it anonymously. Exclusive link in the description below. Get a VPN. It's on us this month. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Did you guys know, out of all the groups of people in the world, the MURKradio crew, all of you Murkies, are probably some of my favorite people. Don't tell anybody that secret. Even when it's hard to get up, like walking through a room full of noodles just to get to the stream, you guys make it worth it every time. And I'll be forever grateful. Hello, good morning, Justin. Alright, I'm not sure where to start with the news this morning. I want to start by getting politically spicy, okay? we're going to hop right into a story. Kamala Harris fires back after Charlemagne the God asked her if Senator Manchin is the president or if Joe Biden is the president. And I want to start with this because it's pretty spicy. Let's see if this can't put a little pep in our step today.
Joe, I want to turn now to a question that Vice President Harris was asked about on Comedy Central. She was asked whether Joe Biden or Senator Joe Manchin was president. And I have to say, watching this video, she did not take that question lightly and seemed to be personally
She wasn't happy about
it. How did that go? Tell us about it.
Right. You definitely saw at least a flash of intensity there when she was asked about the relationship. And so,
speaking of flashes of intensity, coffee. It's coffee this morning, guys. Coffee. Oh my goodness. Hey, good morning, Rich, by the way. I see you, and I stream early again. I'm going back to 7. It's where I built the audience, and it's where the audience shows up. So we're going back to the 7 a.m. time. Merk Corporate hath spoken. Let's see here. I went to church yesterday, and I'm okay with saying I wouldn't mind seeing that B-side, or seeing that B die. Oh, gotcha. Word, Rich. I love it when she fires up. I do too, Debbie. Again, just a little background on myself. I was going to vote for Kamala Harris at one point, but I didn't. And the reason I didn't was because I had my mind changed by Tulsi Gabbard, who destroyed her live on air in a debate, and took that vote for Kamala Harris right out of my mind. So I read Kamala Harris's autobiography. I've enjoyed watching her do her job before she was vice president, but I didn't know anything about the marijuana arrest when she was DA or assistant DA or whatever she was for California. So let's just push forward in this a little bit again. Kamala gets fired up today, guys.
on with West Virginia Senator who has been holding up a lot of the Biden agenda up on Capitol Hill. So let's just listen to it and talk more about it.
So who's the real president of this
I love
country?
this.
Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlemagne.
Come
on. It's Joe Biden.
I can't tell sometimes.
No. It's Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden. And don't start talking like a Republican about asking whether or not he's president. It's Joe Biden.
Do you think Joe Manchin is a problem?
It's Joe Biden. And I'm vice president, and my name is Kamala Harris.
Show me the gun.
I'm going to play that again. Oh, gotcha. Oh, damn. I forgot to plug my hard drive into record shit today. I'm going to play that. I'm going to play that back one more time. Just because, boy, did she not like that question.
And talk more about it.
So who's the real president of this country? Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlemagne.
Come
on. It's Joe Biden.
I can't tell sometimes.
No. It's Joe Biden.
We're not going to sound like
It's
Joe Rogan.
Biden. And don't start talking like a Republican about asking whether or not he's president. It's Joe Biden.
Do you think Joe Manchin is a problem?
I need to put that on a soundboard. It's Joe Biden.
And it's Joe Biden. And I'm vice president, and my name is Kamala Harris.
Charlemagne the God. There you go, Charlemagne the God. And what's really interesting, I think, is that there's history here between these two people. He's interviewed the vice president before, and we haven't seen that level of intensity. There's a lot of frustration, as you know, Jim, going around.
Damn, Rich, that's wild.
Among progressives on the left about what the senator from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, has been doing, especially in regards to the president's Build Back Better agenda, and that's just one reflection of it. But the bottom line up on Capitol Hill with Joe Manchin, the Democrats in the White House, is this is how they roll in a 50-50 Senate.
Yeah. Well, and Kamala Harris was very, very candid about her feelings there. I thought that was very interesting. All right, Joe Johns, thank you very much for that. And more headaches for the Biden administration as the president extends the timeline.
Well, it doesn't sound too secret now, Rich, bud.
Which also means more time for Democrats to fight it out in public. This week, heated negotiations and an intense lunch among Democratic senators left some with a serious case of heartburn.
What's your general feeling about where things stand? Are you frustrated?
Frustrated and disappointed. At this point, is it time to start thinking about maybe breaking up BBB into more digestible pieces? Is this bill just gotten too big?
I don't know if that's the answer or not. Apparently, Manchin's approach to this has changed a lot. I don't know where he is today or where he'll be tomorrow.
You can have one person or two people just stop everything, and that is why people in our country should know that a 50-50 Senate sucks.
I love this lady.
Can't get things.
She said 50-50 Senate sucks. A 50-50, if it like, she's like, fuck a democracy. This is worthless. I can't do nothing. Right, two-wheel?
It's done.
I'm joined now by that last senator you heard from there, Mazie Hirono of Hawaii. Well, you told it like it is. Being in the Senate can suck, especially when there are only 50 senators on your side. I guess, what is your sense of things right now with Senator Joe Manchin? I almost feel like we should take a timeout when it comes to mentioning his name on national television because we say it so much. But I say that
I forgot to plug my hard drive in so I could clip things for the rants playlist.
Essentially riding on whether or not he can come to any kind of agreement when it comes to the Build Back Better plan. Is that where we are right now?
The last I heard from Joe is that he has an open mind about Build Back Better, so he's not slamming the door shut. So obviously, discussions are continuing. But at the same time,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but doesn't he always say that?
Why we keep working on him. So clearly, with
right on, two-wheel. I am doing good.
With the
We're back to the morning grind. We're gonna start doing the mornings again.
Our country, it all rests on the Democrats, and you only have one party that's governing, that's doing anything to help people, and you have the other party just sitting on their hands doing absolutely nothing. That would be the Republican Party. So at the same time, as I said, Joe has said he's keeping an open mind. That is good enough for me to continue the dialogue and discussions. At the same time, I am very concerned about all of the dozens of voter suppression bills that are being enacted all across the country, even as we speak, Jim.
Damn.
And so we need to pass voter protection legislation ASAP.
And I do want to talk about that, but let me just mention the senator who hails from West Virginia one more time here. CNN's Mani Raji, my colleague, asked the senator about one of the sticking points in the bill, the child tax credit. Let's watch.
They're pressuring you to change your position on the child tax credit.
No one pressures me. I'm from West Virginia.
Are you going to change your position on that? Yeah, with the way that's in the bill, the 1-year extension.
I've always been for child tax credit and always will be.
I guess what's interesting about that question and his response, it does go to, I think, the other reporter question that we heard earlier when we were playing some of that sound is it time to start thinking about breaking up Build Back Better into the bricks of Build Back Better and perhaps trying to shepherd those through one or two or a few at a time?
All of the provisions of Build Back Better will reduce costs for families. For example, childcare. Why is it that so many women can't even get back to work because they can't afford or the childcare is not available? So that's a huge issue for families. Childcare costs.
No, I want that stimulus check. I want the stimulus check. I give a fuck about the child tax credit. I get a child tax credit, but I give it directly to my baby mama, dude. I'm a divorced man. I don't see that. I give the child tax credit to the child. So, but daddy wants his stimulus.
Costs. And then prescription drug costs, and lowering those are really, really important to seniors in particular. And so all of the provisions are important, and I'm not going to stand here and start talking about breaking up Build Back Better, but clearly, Joe has said he keeps an open mind, and that's what I'm going with. And I think last I also heard his discussions with the president, wherein Joe apparently told the president that he is supportive of the kind of money to do Build Back Better, which is close to $2 trillion.
She trailed off at the end there.
And I wanted to ask you about something that Senator Mitch McConnell, he was saying earlier this week that he's lobbied for years for Senator Manchin to switch parties. But I want to ask you about something else. Speaking of the Senate Minority Leader, he has said in this past week something very interesting about the January 6th committee. He made it sound as though
Thought I'd read this from the chat out loud real quick. Debbie Moore says, I think all people who want power are dodgy in some way. If they weren't, they wouldn't get in politics. You know, I really do hate that that is the culture of politicians. It seems like globally. And it's unfortunate that more people can't be, you know, it's when you say politician, particularly in America, I've noticed what you're saying, like what a lot of people take that is you're implying that that person is duplicitous by nature, which all of us are. But politicians, it's become a stereotype and almost a, you know, a qualifying feature for a human to have, is to be duplicitous as all fuck and take the check. Keep your head on your neck by taking the check. So, see, it's just last few minutes of this. I thought that was really important to maybe say out loud.
That he thinks it needs to get to the bottom of what they're looking into. Let's listen to that and talk about that.
I think the fact-finding is interesting. We're all going to be watching it. It was a horrendous event. And I think that what they're seeking to find out is something the public needs to know.
Something the public needs to know, he says there, and I know Democrats are suspicious of Mitch McConnell's motives on, you know, almost a, you know, constant basis. But what do you make of that? When you
How could you not be suspicious of a man that looks like a turtle?
He can say that, but please note that he did not support the creation of an independent commission to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, which is just a horrible part of the big lie of Trump and contesting the results of a free and fair election. So Trump was contesting or raising those issues both before, during, and after the election, and January 6th was one part, a horrible part of that effort to deny the results of that election. And it's still going on, by the way, with Republican legislatures all across the country, making it that much harder for people to vote in the most obvious kinds of voter suppression ways. Jim, there was a time when they tried to do that, they at least tried to sort of hide their reasons. But now it's like, hey, we're going to make it tougher for all of you to vote, and tough luck. Do something about it. That seems to be their attitude.
And so that begs the question, what is going to get done about voting rights and these voting rights bills that are stuck in the Senate? The president is vowing to make a new push on it. This week, you said you're relying on the courts to protect voting. But, you know, is it time, do you think that there is any hope that the filibuster could have a carve out for these voting bills? What are the discussions like in that area? Do you think there's any hope for that? Or is this really just going to be a matter for the courts, do you think?
I said that if we don't do filibuster reform, that we...
Rich Buddy activated Alex Jones mode. He says in the chat, Alex Jones exposed all the FEMA coffins years ago when I used to watch him. He said this was a planned murder. What you say? He told us about this virus attack 5 years ago. I mean, Alex Jones threw a lot of stuff at the wall. You know, I know what you're talking about. In 2012 to 2016, he was reporting on all the FEMA camps, the plan to split the nation up into 5 different territories. But, you know, he threw a lot of, keep in mind, Rich, he threw a lot of different stuff at the wall as to what they'd use those FEMA camps for.
Rely on the courts to protect.
It was a civil war at one point. It was cataclysms at one point. It was nuclear fallout at one point. It was a virus at one point, a fake alien invasion. Alex Jones will jump. But yeah, no, he did expose those FEMA camps years ago.
Now, I talked to Joe Manchin just a few nights ago, and I asked him, do you support a talking filibuster? He said yes. So I support a talking filibuster to get us to enact voter protection legislation. So
yeah, I want to know who's going to do the filibuster. Like I said the other day on the stream, I think that's a pretty pimp-ass political move. It's something we don't normally see nowadays. The last filibuster I remember is Ted Cruz, and it was over Obamacare, and I was for that. At the time, I was not okay with socializing any element of our government, particularly healthcare, because I like the choice of healthcare, and I want it to stay affordable.
That discussion continues.
And do you think we could see that? Is that realistic, do you think?
I hope that we can agree on a path toward making the kind of changes to our rules that will enable us to support voter protection legislation. And a key part of that to me is, if you're not going to get rid of the filibuster, which I completely support, then let's have a talking filibuster so the people who do not want voter protection legislation will have to go on the floor and hold the floor for however long they can to tell the American people why they are.
I hope you get to feeling better, Debbie. I'm sorry you're still feeling ill.
Gee, I'd love to see.
Wish I could give some of my healthiness to you. I'm feeling healthier. Wish I could give it to you.
Show their faces to the American public that they have absolutely no intention of protecting our right to vote.
All right. I suppose we'll be hearing some renditions of Green Eggs and Ham or something like that, I suppose, if that happens. But all right.
Again, a little shout out to Ted Cruz at the end there. Green Eggs and Ham, you know, the ridiculousness of the American filibuster. One of my favorite political moves. It's such a pimp move. I'm going to keep talking. I'm just going to hold my time until this shit's dismissed and we got more time to figure out a plan of attack. Okay, now I want to go into the divisiveness between the left and the right now. And I want to just start by saying, before I play this next piece of news to start the top of the show, that it feels like CNN is trying to promote this narrative that perhaps we're going to enter some kind of civil war soon, and I don't believe the hype. I think that this is part of a strategy to get us to go to extremes and then round up the extremists to try to keep a democracy somewhat free of those kinds of elements. We saw it happen January 6th. A bunch of right-wing trust funders flew coach to a riot and were rounded up. So I'm going to move on to this next story. Let's see, how does this...
The rigid refusal by lawmakers...
Again, this is called How Close is the U.S. to a Civil War? Closer Than You Think, study says. Now, since I was 15, they're going to say here, this lady's going to say at the end of this video, that since the beginning of January 2020, or 2021, America has not been considered a partial democracy. We're no longer democratic by our own standards. But I've heard that said by political analysts half of my life. I'm 30, I've heard it since I was 15. And let's see what we have here. Again, I found this particularly interesting. It kind of put a little fire up my ass this morning.
The rigid refusal by lawmakers to compromise underscores the disturbing findings of one study on democracy in the US. According to a Washington Post editorial, data from the Center for Systemic Peace finds the US no longer technically qualifies as a democracy after the Trump administration years. It's somewhere between a democracy and an autocratic state. Barbara Walter is a professor of international relations at the School of Global Policy and Strategy at the University of California, San Diego. She joins me now, and I'm delighted. I mean, when we look at the research, it's frankly frightening, and you conclude that the US is closer to civil war than any of us would like to believe. How close?
Well, I've been studying civil wars for the last 30 years across the globe. And in fact, the last 4 years, I've been on a task force run by the CIA that tries to predict where outside the United States a civil war, political violence, and instability. I'm
so sorry that you have to quarantine Debbie.
And we actually know now that the two best predictors of whether violence is likely to happen are whether a country is an anocracy, and that's a fancy term for a partial democracy, and whether ethnic entrepreneurs have emerged in a country that are using racial, religious, or ethnic divisions to try to gain political power. And the amazing thing about the United States is that both of these factors currently exist, and they have emerged at a surprisingly fast rate.
What up, Stan Odie?
Remarkable is the research isn't
good morning.
Sentiment. It's based on metrics and markers and signs and facts that the US uses to determine the state of other countries' democracies and
right on, Hazel.
Upheaval. So if the US were looking at another country and saw these signs, what would be the US evaluation of that country?
the U.S. would look at that country and we would put that country likely at risk, we quote unquote, risk of civil war. The United States is pretty close to being at high risk of civil war. And once a country is at high risk, the task force puts it on what we call a watch list. Countries that the agency wants to watch very closely because they believe sometime in the next few years, that country is at high risk of descending into instability or political violence.
Wow. I think most Americans automatically assume, truly believe that democracy is sacrosanct in this country, that the system is solid and safe and impervious. What do you say to them? How do you punch through complacency?
Hell yes, Stan Odie. Stan Odie beat the COVID, baby. COVID free.
The United States was a strong democracy. We all see it that way, but the reality is just not true. The United States has been declining as a democracy for the last 5 years on every measure. There are multiple different data sets that measure democracy in various different ways, and all of them have showed America in decline. And in fact, the main...
See, what she's saying has been, like, this isn't news to me, and I don't know why this is being pushed so hard this morning by CNN of all places.
Measure that the task force...
And who's this Australian guy? I've never seen him before.
Violence comes from a data set called the Polity data set. They have actually classified the United States for the very first time as an anocracy, not a full democracy, not a partial democracy. Some people call it a hybrid democracy. Fareed Zakaria has called it an illiberal democracy, but it is certainly not considered on par with countries like Switzerland or Canada or Denmark or Japan. We are no longer considered the world's longest democracy. That ended in January of 2021.
What the fuck? That's such a weird thing for CNN to just like kind of come out hot with. Like, dude, what? Of course we're close to civil war. We've been close. We stay close to civil war, dude. We're a democracy. It's how it should fucking be. And then you hear, the previous story. You have senators and Congress people bitching about, things being locked. They don't like it when it's split evenly. They don't like it when the country is split in half. There needs to be a majority according to them. And that's implied. I guess implied by them, not according to them. Implied by them. And by them, I mean our government. Let's see here. Look, we haven't heard that Biden is running in 2024 yet. No official announcement, but I guess we're supposed to hear it soon.
Will President Biden run again in 2024? Or more pointedly, should he? This week, Vice President Kamala Harris told the Wall Street Journal that she and the president haven't discussed the issue. Quote, I don't think about it, nor have we talked about it. She told the paper, noting it's their first year in office amidst a pandemic. That might make them the only two people in D.C. who haven't discussed it, especially when earlier this week, the New York Times' Bret Stephens poured a little gasoline on that smoldering topic with this column. Biden should not run again, and he should say he won't. In the piece, Stephens writes, quote, the argument against this is that it would instantly turn him into a lame duck president, and that's undoubtedly true. But newsflash, right now he's worse than a lame duck because potential Democratic successors are prevented from making calls, finding their lanes, and appealing for attention. When I asked Paul Begala about Bret Stephens' column, he said this.
But what he's talking about doing is bonkers strategically. He's talking about having the President of the United States make a strategic, permanent, irrevocable move to solve a pretty small, temporary tactical issue. Here's what would happen. He would trade away some of his power right away, immediately, when he needs all of it.
Longtime Democratic strategist James Carville, similarly skeptical.
He's not even a year into his term. And Bret Stephens is a nice guy. He's got to think of something twice.
Carville's back.
And this was just maybe the best he could do this week.
Fuck, he's still alive.
All right, here is that nice guy. Bret Stephens, the opinion columnist for the New York Times, is joining me now. I guess the first thing I should say to you is thank you. I've been feasting off your column all week long.
I feel the way, Biden should not run again, and he should say he won't. Just so you guys know, I feel the same way. You'll hear me lean liberal and conservative depending on what the topic is, but I don't like, Rich Buddy says Carville spoke at our convention last year. Waste of money. Oh, damn. What kind of convention? What kind of convention did you have James Carville at, Rich?
Sure. Free money for you guys.
And hello, Hazel.
So
I see you there.
Concedes. I mean, he thinks your idea is bonkers,
2:25 p.m. in England.
This is
Dope.
the cloakroom conversation. So let's have it. Make your case.
Well, look, right now the president, I think, is weighing on his party, and not just because he's off to a pretty bad start as president, actually a disastrous start as president, but because there is a broad suspicion that he isn't going to run again. So there's already a whisper campaign out there about who in the Democratic Party might succeed him. But that whisper campaign is not really allowed to take off in any way. That no one is allowed to. No one in the Democratic Party can openly say that they're considering a run for
Investment
the
Advisors
presidency. We now
Convention in
live
New
a
Orleans a
world,
couple weird that investment
where,
advisors would
runs
want
for
Carville to
presidency
speak.
begin, 4 years early. So the Democrats are quite late to this. I think the president at some point, I would be amazed if he runs for a second term. And the question is it smarter for him to announce this now, or is it smarter for him to announce it, say, after a disastrous midterm result in which the Democrats seem particularly weak? My argument is if he does it now, it seems statesmanlike. He's still the president. He still has immense power. It liberates him to deal with the tasks at hand. And he looks like he's making his own.
Just to address what Rich and I are talking about in the text chat here, they paid James Carville to come to his Investment Advisors Convention a while ago. And apparently they also paid Andre Agassi to be there. Andre Agassi makes more sense to me. He's probably had more business deals than Carville. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. I don't know much about Carville's business history.
By a bad midterm result or some other set of events.
You wrote in part, it's now considered horrible manners to raise concerns about Biden's age and health, as if doing so can only play into Trump's hands, as if the president's well-being is nobody's business but his own. You've pointed out as well that these were conversations that we had on Ronald Reagan's watch. Everybody remembers the exchange with Mondale when he said, I'm not going to exploit my opponent's youth and inexperience, and even Mondale laughed. I want to ask...
Z, that's exactly... I'll bring up Biden's age all the time and how he seems sleepy, and I'm not saying these to be red-pilled or make right-wing talking points. I'm saying it because our president seems like he's not fit to do the job. He seems too old. He seems like, a Jeff Dunham puppet controlled by probably Pelosi and Manchin and Harris and everyone else around him.
In the context of Build Back...
And Lunesta. Good morning, Crystal. It's good to see you guys. If you missed my message at the top of the show, I want to say good morning and happy holidays to all of you guys again. There's a lot of different groups and demographics of people in the world, but I think us Murkies here at MURKradio might be my favorite group of people. And I get up for you guys. Even when I have a hard time waking up early in the morning, when it's like walking through a room full of noodles, I still get here. And you guys make it worth it every day.
Act better. Does Biden strengthen his hand or harm his hand if he follows your prescription? Because wouldn't he lose political capital in trying to get that done in 2022?
Well, I would be astonished if he's able to get it done, whether he is the presumptive nominee or whether he is not. So I don't think it matters one way or another with respect to that piece of legislation. But look, Michael, this is a country that is facing a series of really urgent crises, from the possibility of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, a resurgent
all about that
pandemic,
family, man.
spiking inflation,
All about family during
spiking
the holiday.
homicide rates.
Yeah.
Imagine how much it would serve Joe Biden's legacy if he said, I'm going to do nothing but have a single-minded focus on the issues that are affecting the American people now. I'm not going to allow politics to get in the way of it. I'm going to clear the field to allow a fresh Democratic face to come forward. And I should mention one other thing that's weighing on this that, again, is part of the kind of the whispered conversation that needs to be candid, which is real doubts about whether Vice President Harris is a suitable heir apparent as the next nominee. The longer Biden waits, the more likely it is that she becomes the default nominee, and that's going to be very troublesome for the Democratic Party, given just how unpopular she is.
his numbers, Catherine, put up the Wall Street Journal on the screen. His numbers are clearly underwater. He's got a 57% disapproval in the Wall Street Journal. Do you also, Catherine, have handy her approval numbers? I should have asked you for this in advance.
It could probably go up if we get that. If we could get a stimulus check. Damn.
If you can put up her numbers as well. And while you do, I'll say this to Brett: the person who is rooting against your prescription is the Vice President of the United States, because right now no one can organize, no one can fundraise, no one can do anything, and the longer that situation continues, she's in the primary position of being able to then just step right in and assume that mantle if he doesn't run.
And that's something, Michael, that should panic Democrats. I mean,
they won't let it happen, Stan Odie. And it should be Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard has the gray streak. She's fine as hell. We watched her destroy Kamala Harris in a debate already. We watched her destroy everybody on stage with her in a debate. Tulsi Gabbard's the shit, and I would vote for her if they would just announce her as the fucking candidate. I thought Gabbard Yang wouldn't be a bad idea. Temper some of Yang's hella socialist ideas with Gabbard's, straight up Dalmatian skinning demeanor, She is a certified big spoon, Stan Odie, straight up. That's another reason I like Gabbard. You could tell you could back your ass up into her and be like, "Hey, spoon me, girl," and she would.
You have, but the real clear
and she
average
would.
that I saw had her as the least popular
That's a woman.
vice president.
It's a real woman.
In the 21st century. That includes Mike Pence. There's a lot of talent in the Democratic field, but that talent is not going to be able to come to the fore if everyone just assumes that either Biden may in fact run again, or that the vice president has a kind of a preemptive hold as the default nominee. That's bad for the party. A lot of people watching this are going to say, well, Brett Stevens is conservative. He just wants a return of the Republican Party. Actually, the last thing the country should want is Donald Trump romping to re-election either against a weakened President Biden or an even weaker vice president or a presidential nominee Harris. Democrats are going to need time to find a good, popular, suitable candidate.
If you're right, and he doesn't run for re-election, which, by the way, is my
an age limit too. I feel the same way, Rich. You can be too old.
Years old and healthy as a horse. But if you're right, and she becomes the heir apparent, there's also going to be this added dynamic of who among Democrats is willing to step out and stand in the way of the potential for the first female president of the United States who is also a person of color. I mean, is Amy Klobuchar going to get in the way of that? Is Elizabeth Warren going to get in the way of that? I don't know.
Only Tulsi Gabbard has the heat to do it. Good morning, Susan.
Quickly, the final word is yours.
Good morning, Susan.
Yeah, or Pete Buttigieg or Gina Raimondo or Mitch Landrieu, all of whom are inside the administration, wouldn't dare to challenge her. So I think the most statesmanlike thing that President Biden can do, and I too wish him a long and healthy life, is to say he's going to be a one-term president who's going to get a lot done in the next 3 years.
That'd be a way to say it.
Hey,
That'd be a way to do
stay
it.
right where you are. Put up on the screen the social media. I'll read it aloud so that Brett can respond.
Read the social medias to the man. Read the social medias right now. I am Smurkonish and read them.
Well, okay. You shouldn't. Okay, Neva says, Brett, you shouldn't even be discussing this. You're just putting fuel on the fire.
Now, I'm going to interject here because I feel like Michael should be able to say whatever the fuck he wants as long as his editor-in-chief prints it. And I don't think because he's making a criticism of the left that he is speaking in a pro-right way. And I do that a lot. And if you guys have taken anything I've said as like particularly red-pilled or blue-pilled, you haven't been listening close enough. Just because you want your both teams to be strong and you want a fair, good fight doesn't mean that you're for one side or the other. I think it should be a balanced fight. I don't want to see, a welterweight go up against a heavyweight and get smashed. I don't want to see a senile man go lose his thoughts in the middle of a debate while the other dude is jacked up on Monster Energy and punching holes in drywall. You know what I'm saying?
What's your answer to that, Brett?
I think that I am talking candidly about a conversation that's being whispered. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, someone once said, and I'm trying to apply some sunshine to a conversation that has to happen in the daylight.
And when I brought it
Sunlight.
up to Kamala earlier this week, I mean, he acknowledged this is what people are buzzing about. I agree with what you just said. One more if we have time for it. Put it up on the screen. The left are doing such a bad job that we will end up with Trump again, which would be an improvement, warts and all, says...
Oh, God. See, that is an actual sentiment being held by a lot of people on the left. As CNN reported earlier in this story, Biden is at a 57% disapproval rating, which is not looking good for an actual presidential run.
Someone else. I have to say, for parody, Brett, last night, Fareed Zakaria was my guest. He wrote an essay in the Washington Post and said, look, Biden's getting done wrong here. He's competent. He's likable. We live in very strange times. And he's not getting his just due in the polling data that's come out recently. You would say what to Fareed?
First of all, I think Fareed's a friend and he's a brilliant guy, but I don't think he's speaking for a majority of Americans. And at the end of the day, the presidency is won by a popular vote. It's not won by the views of brilliant guys like Fareed. The Democrats have a real problem. I don't want to see Donald Trump, whom I opposed consistently for 4 years, return to the White House. But if you're serious and sober about that prospect...
Stato says in the chat, Green Party, Jesse Ventura is making more and more sense as every day passes. You know, Jesse Ventura is out there and wild, but yeah, he really is. If he wasn't so old, it's at the point where, fuck, why don't we vote Alex Jones in?
Then you've got to move the field and let other Democrats have a chance at winning the nomination next time.
You have to love Carville's comment about you. The guy's got to put out, 2 columns a week. I guess this is the best he could come up with.
Fuck you, Carville.
Carville's a brilliant guy, and he was gracious in his disagreement, but I think I'm making a point that
gracious in his disagreement.
It's time to have this conversation candidly. Thanks for having me on to have it.
I hope I come across as gracious in my disagreement. I understand that I don't most of the time if I disagree with the Murky's points. I apologize for that in advance and after the fact right now. Let's see here. We've got, yep, Manchin not serving West Virginians. He's serving himself, says Yvette Simpson. Now, again, earlier we showed, you know what, I'm going to pull it back up. We're going to check out the Kamala Harris video again. I'm not done with that reaction. Boy, when Charlemagne asked her that, dude, who the president is, I just could not believe that. Here
Joe,
we go.
I want to turn now to a question that Vice President Harris...
So who's the real president of this country? Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlemagne.
Ooh, I just love it. I love it. It's like, come on, Charlotte. I want to get all of this on the soundboard.
Come on, it's Joe Biden.
I can't tell sometimes.
No. It's Joe Biden.
I want that one specifically. It's Joe Biden.
It's Joe Biden, and don't start talking like a Republican.
Charlemagne in here thinking he's fucking Joe Rogan now, asking her who to think he's being cheeky. He's not being cheeky.
About asking whether or not he's president.
It ain't you.
It's Joe Biden.
Do you think?
Yeah, no. She said Justin.
Joe Biden, and I'm Vice President, and my name is Kamala Harris.
She gave him the hands. Said nope.
There we go, Charlemagne the God. And
so good. She gave him the hands. But I pulled up a story about Manchin, who he brought up here. If you're unfamiliar with Manchin, he's the senator of West Virginia, and we're gonna check this out. Yeah. Oh, the Stanody gold. Charlemagne the God has gifted us as a public with so many great clips as an interviewer. The Soulja Boy interview. The Birdman interview, put some respect on my name. The Soulja Boy interview is great. Drake, Charlemagne the God, one of the best radio people to ever be a radio person. But over here, this is a story I believe also from CNN. This is ABC News. Manchin not serving West Virginians, he's serving himself. It's from Yvette Simpson at ABC News. Let's check this out real quick. It's kind of long, so if you got them, smoke them. Good morning, everybody. And the You Ain't Black Joe Biden interview. Exactly, that's right, Stan Odie. Charlemagne really is a god. Charlemagne really is a god. He's really great. He's one of my favorite. The Breakfast Club, classic. The way they fuck with Donnell Rollins. Oh, the way Charlemagne fucks with Donnell Rollins. Man, it's so good. You guys check it out. Seriously, it's some of the best radio.
All right, and our roundtable is not walking away either. We have the CEO of Democracy.
Oh yeah, this is from like
America,
the powerhouse roundtable. Yeah.
Official Sarah Isger, now political analyst for the Dispatch. Politico Playbook co-author Rachel Bade.
Her jawline is frightening.
And Washington Post national political reporter Robert Costa, co-author of Peril with Bob Woodward. So, Yvette, let me start with you. It was, Biden was elected as the guy that was going to put this behind us. And you remember right before July 4th.
And just a reminder to everybody before we push forward in this video, I do have the Discord open if you'd like to come in and chat. You see, I'm controlling the video through the Discord right now. If anybody would like to come in and join and say, little what, come on in, baby. It's open, mics are hot. I'd love to hear how you're doing.
He said we were close to having independence, declaring independence from the pandemic. So what's happened?
I think what's happened is
it's not working.
I mean, once the vaccination started to come out,
oh, Discord's not
started to go down, and people got comfortable. And people have talked about COVID fatigue. It's real, but we have to continue to remind people that folks are dying from COVID every day. And when these
did we break our
happen,
Discord?
This is a real issue, and we might end up right back.
I wonder if Discord is just having major issues.
In the beginning, people would have given
no voice
on his role in the COVID crisis. You have to stay on it. You have to continue to do the work, because this is something that's just going to be with us.
Let's see if I can't fix that real quick.
It's hard for Republicans really to hit him on this. I mean, given that you have leading Republican governors that are fighting the efforts to contain the virus.
Oh, I disagree. I think that Biden's in a really tough spot here because people are...
Good morning. Sorry about that.
Huge amounts of pandemic fatigue, and you have Republicans being able to hit...
Oh, good. It happened.
Good Lord, I guess I must have, I guess the settings, I rebooted the computer, so it must have set everything to defaults, I guess. So, it didn't have the microphone active or anything like that. That's my bad. But, hey, good morning. We're back to the morning grind. You guys get to be here, while the sun comes up for me. Yeah, only the stream. That's, oh man, thank you so much, Justin. That was, I was wondering, I was like, where's everybody, why is nobody on the Discord? Where's all of my friends?
Hit him to say that everything he does is wrong, and the more Biden puts in place vaccine mandates, imagine, we have companies here who have over 1 million people. If even 10% of those people, 5% of those people quit over a vaccine mandate, that would, talk about a supply chain issue. But then, or weekly testing. Do you know the infrastructure you would have to build at a company that has 1.6 million American employees to do weekly testing? Huge
they could afford to do.
That they could afford to do. You mean jobs to make?
Issue leads to supply chain issue, leads to inflation.
Well, and clearly this is affecting Biden's popularity and perhaps even his domestic agenda. So we had Build Back Better.
First of all, I think there's a lot affecting Biden's popularity right now.
Big social infrastructure bill seems to be put off. Whether it will, what kind of traction it will get next year. I want to play for you an interview that Kamala Harris did with Charlemagne the God on his Comedy Central.
Oh, here it is. We get the clip again. It's still my favorite clip. It's the clip of the day.
With a particular senator from West Virginia.
So who's the real president of this country? Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlemagne.
Come
on. It's Joe Biden.
I can't tell sometimes.
No. It's Joe Biden.
Do you think Joe Manchin is a problem?
And it's Joe Biden, and I'm Vice President, and my name is Kamala Harris.
Woo! Just gave him the finger.
So some passion there from the Vice President, but by the way...
When I give you guys this shit, I'm serious. Oh shit, I got some on my finger. Got some resin on my finger.
No on this
my bad. Gross.
So let me ask you, Rachel, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you had been saying for some time that you thought it was a matter of if, not a matter of if, but when this legislation passed. What do you think now?
Yeah, I think it's time to reassess that
prognosis. Clearly, they've got a big problem here on a number of
Well,
issues.
was the
Number
resin
one,
finger
they
too much for one
sort of
viewer?
lost
I
their
lose somebody
grace
over the
forcing
resin
mechanism
finger?
to get this done. That was the Christmas deadline that Chuck Schumer set out
Oh,
in Congress. You know that if lawmakers want to get something done, you bump it up.
Shit, good morning, Arianthe. It says, I'm working, but I'm here. Good morning, and I love you guys. I'm just here to monitor the chat. You all better tap that like button for me. Oh, thank you so much, Arianthe. And yeah, hey, be sure to like, share, and subscribe, guys. If you have social media, go ahead and share this link on your social media. Get your friends involved, guys.
Right up against the holidays.
Let's watch the news
That's what
together.
Clears the decks and gets things through. Well, that didn't work. Neither did the expiration of the enhanced child tax credit. Going into an election year, Democrats sort of saw this as something they had to pass to extend that child tax credit to keep making sure American families get these payments in an election year when they're facing, an uphill battle. And then Joe Manchin.
Hey, what up, Sharinda? Hell yeah.
I mean, look, this is a guy who has a
Hell yeah. That's right, I'm back on Facebook.
problem with spending $2 trillion at a time when we have a $30 trillion debt and inflation is at a 40-year high. This is going to be a big problem for him. He has problems with the structure of the bill, and I'm not sure it can pass the way it is right now. They might have to totally rework this thing, and we don't know what it's going to look like or when or
Oh, I'll miss you too, Sharinda.
And Bob, I mean, it's not like Manchin's kept a secret of what Rachel's
Love you to
said.
death,
I mean,
lady.
he's
Hope the
actually
kids are
been
doing
pretty
good.
consistent.
Hope the hubby's doing
I
good.
frankly haven't really understood the optimism that we've heard coming out of the White House.
And welcome to Merc
he's
Radio.
around.
The backstory here, John, is intriguing because Senator Manchin back in March was a critical vote for President Biden to pass that $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. And at the time, President Biden had to go to the wall and really plead with Manchin, come around on this, Joe. I need this vote. My presidency's on the line. And Manchin, somewhat reluctantly, came along, gave Biden the vote he needed on that $1.9 trillion bill. But some of the White House's own political capital, as we show in our book and my own reporting, has been spent with Manchin, and he doesn't feel pressure from this White House or from progressives.
Well, progressives, Yvette?
Well, I think the biggest, the biggest hook we had to keep Manchin was the infrastructure bill. And that's why so many progressives wanted those bills
Right
tied
on.
together.
More rights on
Once
this
you
in my
give
company
the
is
big cheese to
huge.
Republicans,
Right
they
on.
have zero incentive to stay at the table. And we know that Manchin has been squirrely before. He said 4, and then he said 2. The reality is that Manchin has zero incentive, despite the fact that West Virginians need this bill more than probably any other state, because he is in a position where he is frankly being paid a lot by lobbyists, a lot by big companies, and he has zero desire to actually deliver for the people who need it here.
So what do you and the progressives do about it?
Well, we continue to push and fight. I want to go back to the Charlemagne comment, and I want to say that the vice president did exactly what she had to do there. But the question that Charlemagne is asking is the question a lot of Americans are asking: who's in charge here? And it doesn't look like Joe Biden's in charge. In fact, Manchin is pulling a lot of punches, and he's also making it look like Joe Biden doesn't know what he's doing, and he's not the man in control.
Democrats, they have a huge
It feels that way.
here, and that is that they have been overselling or saying that they can pass this bill for a long time now. Education, health
I don't know if
care,
they can.
climate change. And now Joe Manchin is saying he's not there. If he gets his way and sort of reworks this bill, we might actually see a bill that maybe does one of these things, but not, all of these things. And Democrats had specifically structured this bill so that they would only fund these programs for a couple of years, but they could do everything they wanted. But he's saying he doesn't want to do that. He wants to pick maybe 1 or 2, and that's going to really cause a problem for the base. I mean, Democrats have been telling...
Dear friend of mine, Sharinda, this is from the text chat, guys. She's she's working for a large company. It says we swallowed 2 companies over the past year and running a 38% margin all year and are having to explain to client why we aren't a monopoly, trying to decide if it's good for me or not still. That's a really tough one. Because if you become a monopoly and you're working for one, I say get that paper. If it becomes a personal moral issue and it's become like lying becomes part of, if you feel like you're lying, you gotta take things further from there. That's my personal opinion on that, because that's a tough one.
That could
Sharinda, that's a
turnout in an election year when they're already facing this uphill battle.
It's weird when you feel like you work for the devil, if it gets that way. Hopefully it doesn't feel that way right now.
Republicans favored, maybe even overwhelmingly favored, to win back the House. Axios has a new story out this morning saying that Kevin McCarthy's kind of master plan is a series of investigations, investigating the Biden administration in a whole range of issues.
It's incredible that the Democratic Party has not pursued what David Shore, former Obama data guy, dubbed popularism. Pursue popular things. Just pass the extended child care tax credit, for instance. Don't tie it to climate change and all these other things. The reason that Joe Biden's poll numbers were doing actually fine in the modern approval numbers until August was a competency argument. It was the failure in Afghanistan, doubled by then a sort of flim-flamming around when Delta hit, and then over-promising a total inability to get his people in order while the progressives are...
Yvette is not only shaking her head, she's sighing. So what do you mean?
Every piece of this legislation is popular, and they've all been polled to death. Every piece of the bill back, it's not about popular, and it's not about Manchin having a...
Shrinda replies, yeah, it kind of does. They really like me, though, because, you know, my smile wins over all the clients. Hell yeah. They're trying to get me to come in more and move up. Ooh. See, Shrinda, that's... You know, if you can separate yourself from that kind of work, sometimes that can work, you know, for people, if you can leave it. But it might end up, you know, things like that. When I worked in like a phone room where my kind of daily grind was really kind of tricking people who I knew probably couldn't buy a car into coming and looking at cars, I felt pretty bad about it. You know?
Spending problem. He had no problem increasing the military budget. He's had
and Arianthe still hasn't found her pups, man. Man, I'm sorry, Arianthe. I hope something turns up soon.
No problem spending money on tax cuts for the rich. He has a problem because he is not serving the people in his district. He's serving himself. And we have to call that out and say that that's the
He's
truth.
a Democrat winning in a state that Donald Trump won by 30 points, and you're saying he's not serving the people of his district? He keeps winning.
West Virginians are among the poorest in the nation.
You think that a progressive could win in West Virginia, win that Senate seat? You are going to give that Senate seat to Republicans. And
we have covered some of the craziest stories out of West Virginia. Isn't that where the Summer Wells case is currently popping off out of? It's where the whites of West Virginia, it's where the white, like Jesco White and all them are from. Like, man, West Virginia gets crazy, dude.
Mitch McConnell is going to be thrilled.
It is impoverished as all hell. They don't want to talk about the poverty in West Virginia. It's impoverished because the mines are gone. It doesn't make anything. No politicians seemingly care about it or building incentive for companies to come build something there. West Virginia can be kind of stagnant from what I've heard and what I've observed. Oh, gotcha, Shrinda. Being there more means I lose time with the babies and I'm helping Walmart sell more, essentially. Oh, Shrinda, yeah, that's morally. I say prioritize time with the babies. You're a hell of a good mother, and I think it's... While there's a lot of reasons you're in this universe, I think being a mother is a really important one, and I think you're doing right prioritizing that. And if it wasn't something that genuinely came in between you and time with the kids, you know, it wouldn't be on your mind the way it is. I think that's the universe telling you something there. You know?
The job as a representative. All you're supposed to do is to represent your people, and overwhelmingly West Virginians support this legislation.
Bob? If you listen to President Biden's remarks in South Carolina this week, he spoke at South Carolina State.
No problem,
He
Shrinda.
reminded the audience that the stakes are bigger than just Build Back Better. Democracy is also on the agenda in 2022. Voting rights are on the agenda. And so as much as Senator Manchin is at the center of the discussion, he's not at the center of the American debate. And many Democrats who I'm speaking with are saying we need to remind voters in 2022 about the stakes and about why Biden won more votes than any other American presidential candidate.
Ooh, Shrinda, successful small business is never a bad idea. I didn't realize, you know, I had worked the hourly grind for a really long time. And now that I'm the kind of person that doesn't keep a traditional job and I invest in myself, I actually make more money than I did when I was grinding hourly or the lead of a maintenance operation or anything like that. And it, you know, while you'll have slumps like in sales or something like that, almost like commission work, it's still in the long run more beneficial for a lot of people. So, you know, small businesses that started off of someone's back, in my opinion, are always a pretty good way to go, you know? or work your grind long enough that you can leverage your connections and you've done enough networking that you can start something your own. I made a good amount of money when Lindsay fired me, just doing kind of independent handyman stuff or selling off my inheritance, and use that to kind of invest in things that built, more of a residual idea. Oh, he was at the homies vaping class. Gotcha, Sharinda. That's also something that you could take pride in working for, And when you believe in the product you're selling, that comes across when you're selling something. Ooh, learn to invest in properties. That's a really good plan. Hey, as we learn, I could probably hook you up with somebody. We have a Murky named Allie Katz, and I think you and her would get along really well. And she has a very interesting history. I'll let her kind of explain herself to you, but I got a person to try to hook you up with, Sharinda.
The voting rights legislation that the Democrats are proposing does all sorts of this stuff instead of fixing the Electoral Count Act.
It's time that the reign of criminals who are destroying our city, it is time for it to come to an end. And it comes to an end when we take the steps to be more aggressive with law enforcement and less tolerant of all the that has destroyed our city.
Ooh.
San Francisco Mayor London Breed, who previously advocated reducing funding for her city's police department, taking a fresh, hard line on crime. We'll get with that in a moment, but the roundtable first. I want to
Reduce money for San Francisco policing.
And Rachel, you are.
I'm all for reform, but I don't know if
of Mitch McConnell as anybody. So can you help
defunding the police is necessarily the
comments that
on the news.
What was that, Justin? Sorry.
I didn't know you could speak Astrodroid on the news.
Right? See, beep, boop, boop, boo. Like, she went off, dude. She straight up said that was bullshit. The police are bullshit in San Francisco. That's pretty wild. But, we're post-Trump now, so candor and decorum have changed. Just the way people communicate about political issues is completely different.
I think dissolved is a better word.
Devolved. Everybody got mega powers from old school WWE. Like, people come out with that Macho Man Randy Savage attitude, like, we're gonna win, brother. Like, it gets hammered.
One step closer to idiocracy, apparently.
One step closer to idiocracy. Most likely. I mean, look, it's gonna change. Vernacular changes, and I think part of being old is looking at the new shit and being like, it was better when we were younger. I feel like every older generation probably feels that way. Like, oh, things have changed in a way that it's untenable. But maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe it should happen like this. Maybe we deserve it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. It's a little early. I've had a lot of coffee already.
About the January 6th committee. I mean,
the about face.
Yeah. He's very careful, and he said this a couple of times. He said it on Capitol Hill. He said it again in an interview back home. What's he doing here?
I mean, I sort of have two theories on this. One is that, one of the reasons that Mitch McConnell did not want this outside commission on January 6th was because he worried that the results would come out in an election year and could actually hurt Republicans in their re-election when they tried to flip the Senate. It could be, perhaps, that he's feeling so confident that they are going to flip the Senate, given where Joe Biden's poll numbers are, the status of the Democratic Party right now, that he doesn't see that as a threat
Everybody looks pretty fed up with this lady.
The other option is, we heard from folks close to him that he also had a concern that focusing on Trump would only make him more powerful, make him more of a martyr with the base, and keep him around longer. And that's another reason why he wanted this to all disappear. But, it's clearly shown that his staying power is lasting. He's still, the #1 person who's choosing people in primaries. He's influencing folks on the right. And so perhaps Mitch McConnell wants, all the truth to come to light on this because he doesn't want, Trump in office again. And the more stuff that comes out, perhaps it could hurt him in the long run.
She's trying real hard to maintain that big smile.
Yeah, she really is.
To a counterpoint from Rachel has just said there, Jonah Goldberg had a column in the LA Times suggesting that Trump's power is actually waning. And he cited a number of things, including some of the Senate candidates he's supported kind of stumbling out of the gate. You might also mention something that he didn't mention, which is McConnell. I mean, Trump has made no secret of the fact that he wants McConnell to be dethroned as the Republican leader, and that has gone nowhere. Could we finally be getting to the point where Trump's power is actually waning?
We're seeing McConnell make certain decisions. For example, in Georgia's Senate race, he has endorsed Herschel Walker, the Trump's favorite in that race. But as our reporting shows, he also privately despises President Trump, even though publicly he is
maybe even publicly, if you go back to what he said after the insurrection.
He had a tough speech after the insurrection, but of course he did not vote to convict President Trump in the Senate trial. But he has privately, McConnell, called Trump a fading brand, an off-the-track thoroughbred, to use a Kentucky
Off-the-track thoroughbred.
Trump expunged.
That's like bordering this like eugenics oh boy talk.
To know Trump's not really going anywhere.
McConnell,
so my read of his
ew.
comments is that really that's the personal McConnell, hoping and politically hoping to see Trump go away, but not exactly ready to kick him out the door. But if he could slowly nudge him out, that would be just fine.
So what do you make of the vastly different approaches to this between McCarthy and McConnell?
So, look, Mitch McConnell, it's a huge difference in not wanting the commission to exist in the first place, but now that it exists, how you deal with that. Trump is out there trying to get Senate candidates to commit to not supporting Mitch McConnell for Senate leader if they take back the Senate. And so I think this is Mitch McConnell saying, oh, okay, well, let's play ball then. Let's see what happened on January 6th. Another problem.
Jameson, good morning. Former defense attorney. I'm so glad you're here, bud. Yeah, he says even McConnell knows Trump is a total nutcase. Yeah.
That both, frankly, McCarthy and McConnell are going to have, and I think McConnell is
a fading brand. Trump is an agent of chaos. I've said he's a crypto liberal the whole time. His biggest political move, in my opinion, was getting his most extremist of supporters to pay for a plane ticket to fly coach to get stuck in Washington, D.C. after they go to a riot at the Capitol. So, like, he's not done anything good for the Republican Party.
Here in all of this is there's about to be a whole lot of Republican primaries where some candidates are going to lose. Some of those will be Trump-endorsed candidates. And if they then claim that those elections were stolen, there's going to be this intra-Republican fight that is going to be relitigating in some ways 2020, where the election being stolen won't make a lot of sense in a lot of places. So I think McConnell's setting the groundwork for that as well and saying, no, our elections are fair. There is no lie. So the Republican primaries are going to move forward as well.
Meanwhile, Yvette, you have this effort, this actually pretty strategic effort to, by Trump to go after the people that stood up against him in challenging the election in 2020. Not just the members of Congress that voted to impeach him, but these officials, people like Brad Raffensperger, and Sarah said supporting candidates who are going to repeat his lies about the election.
Retribution is like classically Trump. It is kind of his MO, it's his thing, and we're not surprised. And I think part of that is his showing his dominance and saying that I'm still a player here, and if you come against me, I will challenge you. And I think that's the challenge McConnell is having, right? He's got to pull his party back to some semblance of sanity because it's a mess right now.
Yeah.
He knows that at the end of the day, the more evidence comes out, we're going to see more people at the top levels being carted off probably to prison for their role in an insurrection and the assault and murder of police officers on that day. And
Me and Yvette sound like we're on the same page.
attack on our Capitol. And so I think that, Trump is going to be Trump. McConnell has to hold a line and has to figure out what he's going to do as Trump continues to do what he does.
I think one of the challenges that both the panel and, Mitch McConnell has, if indeed his hope is that this committee turns up something that could damage Trump, is that the narrative really has already set. True. You have people on both sides of the aisle who they're not going to change their minds. I mean, half of the Republican base believes that Trump was actually the real winner in 2020. You have a huge chunk of the party that doesn't think.
Stanley says, I like to think I'm a level-headed, pretty calm and collected guy. But these talking heads on the TV left and right make me Hulk angry. Yeah.
January 6th.
They're divisive. It's politicized. It's CNN. I'm kind of making a point this morning to show how CNN and ABC News have been kind of pushing this, like the country's split in half. We're about to hit a civil war narrative this morning for some reason. When I woke up this morning, that was what the news read like to me, and the implied nature of all the headlines. There's one commonality I saw within all of it, and it's that they're pushing this unstable, divided narrative, which is strange.
Was anything
I don't think it's that much different than it was last week.
other than a protest, falsely, of course. But the issue that the committee has is that this is already
Those faces.
set, and we're going to be about a year and a half after January 6th by the time they start having these high-profile public hearings. The public has already gone through 2 impeachments. They're tired. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want to follow it anymore. And so they have a real challenge in terms of, even if they're turning up things, can they really change minds?
But John, the question I have is, when does the DOJ get involved, and do they? I mean, if these individuals
Well, that was the question
really
McKinsey
got
had. It seems like
involved,
they're outlining. I mean, all the prosecutions have been on the equivalent of the drug dealer in the park, not the kingpin that was orchestrating it all. But Bob, on the committee and whether or not they can move the needle, I mean, there is something different here than the impeachments. I mean, you're going to have actual witnesses potentially in prime time, and they've had more time to investigate. Could they actually move the needle?
Many things could move the needle, and we don't know the full scope of what this committee is uncovering in interviews, in different documents they're able to now review and use as part of their investigation. And let's not forget, to the Department of Justice point, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, has convened a grand jury. That grand jury issued the criminal indictment on Steve Bannon's refusal.
Sorry, interrupt this guy who's talking here to interject with Jameson's point from the text chat. He says, the fact that the DOJ has been this slow isn't the process. It's just embarrassing. So,
Usual to comply with a congressional subpoena.
It is embarrassing.
We have a DOJ component of this. We have a congressional committee that's aggressive, getting new text messages. And the other thing you have to think about is, who else is cooperating that we don't really know? In Watergate, it was always about John Dean breaking it open in 1973, 1974. I wonder about Gina Haspel, the former CIA director. For example, in our book, she privately worried about a, quote, right-wing coup during the transition.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there are 300 witnesses. We know just a tiny fraction of what they've done. Hey, we're almost out of time. I want to ask you, Yvette, what do you make of the mayor of San Francisco?
How much time do I have?
Comments? Just, a little bit.
It's a tough situation. As a former city leader myself, I know the pressure she's under. Any increase in crime, she's got to respond. And often this rhetoric around tough on crime is the first tact. I don't think it's the right strategy, because at the end of the day, it's not going to change things. San Francisco has been under the weight of poverty, homelessness, mental addiction for a long time, and the pandemic exacerbated that. And I don't think this is about resources, because San Francisco police still get $700 million a year. We have to focus on root.
Look, most of the West Coast is tore up from the floor up, from what I heard. There was a stabbing at a Snoop Dogg show. We'll talk about that here in a bit. I'll see if I can't find a video about it.
Causes, and not this tough on crime rhetoric.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos.
But that was great. Let's see if we can't find something about that right now. Let's see. Robert Dracchio, the ruler, fatally stabbed at concert in LA. Let's see.
A Los Angeles-based rapper has died following a stabbing at a music festival in Exposition Park.
I ain't playing, stepping in the function, that is lighting is amazing. Scuff marks on my shoes, I'm flu flam in these masons. I told her, if you love me, baby, show me where the payment.
Both the LA
Oh, they're not going to let the beat drop?
Reporting rapper Draco the Ruler was the victim in last night's scuffle.
I want to hear the rest
of
the track.
Once Upon a Time in LA Music Festival. Eyewitness News reporter Leticia Juarez live outside Bank of California Stadium where it all happened. Leticia, what's the latest?
Well, good morning to you, John. Yeah, we're outside the Exposition Park where that stabbing took place. We're still waiting to hear from officials to give us the official word on the victim's identity. But as you mentioned, the LA Times reporting that 28-year-old Draco the Ruler was the victim.
Exactly, Jameson. I agree with you in the text
stabbing.
chat.
Now, we have some video from an eyewitness interview. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. New video from that eyewitness appears to show
Hit the sneezes.
prior to the stabbing. Now, that viewer tells
It upset
us
Lux's cat.
this is what led up to the violence.
My sneezes
It's
do.
all happening around 8:40 last last night during the Once Upon a Time LA Festival concert. That's when investigators say that some sort of altercation took place. Witnesses saying that altercation taking place backstage. Now, the victim was taken to the hospital in critical condition, but according to the sources, he has later died. The LAPD was on scene to disperse the crowd after the concert was officially shut down. LAPD joined with the CHP who were on hand in riot gear as the concert was evacuated last night.
We were just standing there for like almost more than an hour, like waiting for the next performance, and then next thing you know, like that's when we start seeing people going on social media and finding out that there was a brawl and stuff. And security told us that the festival, that stage was shut down, and pretty much said we could go to the rest of the festival. But as soon as that happened, that pretty much ruined the night for me.
Now, some of the other performers that were set to take the stage included Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, and Ice Cube. Of course, that did not happen after the concert was canceled.
They got them right the fuck out of there.
Hearing from social media and even from a fan that came out here to express his condolences after learning of the death. Reporting live here from Exposition Park, Leticia Juarez, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7.
Whoa, there's actual video of Drakeo getting like bleeding out. That's wild, Stan Odie. It's crazy that LA's become so inhospitable that you can't even have a show there anymore. I mean, like, not a big show. We covered a week or so ago the smash and grabs in Los Angeles County and how they become like a problem. It's just crazy. W4. Oh, yeah. San Elliott says, good morning, hon. I saw a lot of videos yesterday. I saw no security. Yeah, I guess there was, limited security. This is, Astro World had a similar issue. I'm wondering if it's just hard to get or pay. I don't know. These venues are having some serious issues. I'm actually really excited to talk to Lux about this one because she's from an entertainment world and she knows all about event coordination and staffing and everything from box office to staffing, and she could tell us probably specifically what holes in security they must have had. Sometimes this can come down to even venue design. Sometimes, like Astro World, the reason that catastrophe happened, in my opinion, is the design. Alley Cats, I was just mentioning you. I'm glad I summoned you with my energies. I have a friend I want you to meet named Sharinda. You two will get along historically, I guarantee it. But I have a friend for you to meet, Alley Cattails. But on this note of LA being crazy, and before we check for more news and, hopefully hear from some of you guys in the Discord, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. Stick around, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Hello, everybody. That was Sujiwa with the song After Dark. Cool track. I like some of the chill hop and lo-fi that shows up here at MURKradio that we're allowed to play on the stream, you know? But there's a few artists you'll start hearing me shout out in particular. I don't really like my embedded player right now. I feel like it's not giving the right information to you guys as to what music I'm bumping and who it is and where to find them. So that is Sugi, SUGI.WA. That is the name of the artist, and that song was called After Dark, and I believe it is available on all platforms. Let's see here. Let's check it. Ooh, closing statements in the Kim Potter trial. Got the state's closing coming up. What do we got? Has anything happened yet? Let's catch up with the judge real fast.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Christy. Good morning, good morning. And again, good morning, Alley Cats. Good morning, everybody. We're back on the morning grind, and we've made our triumphant return to Facebook and Twitch. So, hello, Twitch. Hello, Facebook. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, whatever buttons you have available. Here we go. Closing arguments in the Kim Potter trial.
The defendant told you her sons will be home for the holidays. But you know who won't be home for the holidays is Dante Wright. Dante Wright's parents, Katie and Aubrey Wright, will have an empty seat at their table this holiday season. The defendant shot and killed him on April 11th of this year. He was just 20 years old. He had a baby boy of his own. And that's why we're here today. We're here because the defendant, Kimberly Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, pulled the wrong weapon, and she shot and killed Dante Wright. And at the heart of it, this case is very simple, members of the jury. It's a case about the defendant's reckless handling of her firearm, and it's about her culpable negligence. It's about what she did on April 11th. She drew a deadly weapon, she aimed it, she pointed it at Dante Wright's chest, and she fired. Now, the defense will tell you that Dante Wright is somehow to blame in causing his own death. But make no mistake, we're here for the defendant's actions, not Dante Wright's. She knew she had a loaded gun on her duty belt, a gun that she carried every single day on the job.
To feed the cat.
She carried it on the right side every day for 26 years. And that's the weapon she used. That's the weapon she drew. That's the weapon she pointed. And that's the weapon she fired. Members of the jury, that's culpable negligence, and that's reckless handling of a firearm, resulting in death. This case is about the defendant's rash and reckless conduct. It's not about her being a nice person or a good person. Even nice people have to obey the law. It's not about the smell of marijuana. It's not about a gross misdemeanor warrant. It's not about an order for protection. And it's certainly not about anyone being dragged. No one was dragged. No one was almost dragged. And how do you know that? Well, you know that from what the defendant said herself on April 11th. You know from her own reaction to what she had done, and from what she told you in court. What this case is really about is about an officer who mishandled her firearm. That's why we're here. And even if you take the defendant's word for it, she admits that's what she did. She told you in court she knew it was wrong. And she knew from the very beginning, from the things that she said. She was no rookie. It wasn't her first day on the job. She was an FTO, a field training officer. She had 26 years of experience on the street. Every year, for 26 years, she was trained on how to use her gun and how to use it safely. And every year, for 26 years, she was trained on use of force. And every year, for 19 years, she was trained on using her taser and using that properly. Every year, she saw the PowerPoints. Every year, she was told about the risk of weapon confusion and that pulling a gun instead of a taser could kill somebody. Every year, she signed the paperwork acknowledging the risks. And all that training...
Just a reminder to all you Murkies, we were watching the closing statements in the Kim Potter trial. This is the state's closing statements. And, yeah, I just thought I'd reintroduce the clip. It's going to go on for a bit. Trigger warning, it's going to get emotional if it hasn't already for you. But I think it's important to see it through. It's a story we've been covering, and I wasn't necessarily expecting the closing statements to happen today or this early. So,
and all that experience shows she shouldn't have done what she did. All that training and all that experience shows that she was aware of the risks associated with her weapons. She was aware of all kinds of risks. The risk of incapacitating a driver behind the wheel, the risk of collateral injuries, and the risk of drawing and firing a gun instead of a taser.
Yeah.
And her conduct and her choices on April 11th show that she disregarded all those risks. Now let's talk about what happened on April 11th and what she did. And the videos show exactly what happened and what she did. This traffic stop on April 11th was nothing out of the ordinary. So ordinary, in fact, that the defendant told you herself she wouldn't have even stopped this car. She wouldn't have even stopped Dante Wright if she had been alone for the air freshener and the expired tabs.
Because it's a bullshit reason to pull someone over.
She and Officer Lucky pulled this car over. And the defendant had initially observed the interaction between Officer Lucky and Dante Wright. When he first approached, she was hanging out toward the back. She told you it appeared to be a fine conversation. Officer Lucky wasn't in any distress. And then in the squad car, they learn about this ex parte order for protection and a gross misdemeanor warrant. And Sergeant Johnson shows up, and they decide to arrest Dante Wright on that misdemeanor warrant. Dante Wright was unarmed. He had no gun. He had no weapon, and he posed no threat to those officers. Now, when they approached together to arrest Dante Wright,
right, Debbie?
The defendant has her hand on her gun.
Exactly.
Now, Sergeant Johnson does not appear to be particularly concerned at all. He puts his hand casually on the car. They approach. She tells Officer Lucky, just have him step out, giving Officer Lucky direction.
This is kind of some weird demeanor right here from Miss Potter. I didn't notice this from earlier in the case. How calm and collected these two gentlemen are, and she's immediately got her hand on her gun.
How to arrest the driver. Johnson and Officer Lucky tell Dante Wright he's under arrest. And she adds, "You've got a warrant." And when she says that, that's when Dante Wright pulls away. That's when he tries to get back in the car. Now let's walk through what the videos show. The defendant approaches. She grabs Dante Wright's right arm with her right hand, uses her left hand to retrieve a piece of paper. This piece of paper, an insurance card.
Yeah, Debbie, it really was
She takes
BS.
that piece of paper into her left hand and switches it to her right. She reaches for Dante Wright. She approaches the driver's door from the rear before she would have any view or idea of what Sergeant Johnson is doing on the inside. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that Dante Wright had taken down that air freshener.
He removed it. It's right there in the seat.
She approaches from behind Officer Lucky. She moves around him to the left, but still behind him.
Yeah, the stop to begin with was bullshit, Debbie.
Car. She's still behind Officer Lucky. And if she even caught a glimpse of Sergeant Johnson in that frame, she wouldn't have gotten a good look at him. She reaches with her left hand for Dante Wright's left hand with that piece of paper still in her right hand. She's still behind Officer Lucky. She still doesn't have a view of what's going on in front of her. Now, after she reaches for Dante Wright, she takes that piece of paper from her right hand and switches it back to her left hand. She does this to free up her gun hand, her right hand. Now, 201-55 is the first time that the defendant says, "I'll tase you." She says that, and she's already decided to pull a weapon. And you can see it come into frame at 201-56. She pulls this weapon while looking down
Holy shit.
at Dante Wright with this piece of paper in her left hand. She draws that gun. She points it. She holds it in front of her face, looking down at Dante Wright, pointing this loaded Glock at his chest, aiming it, tracking his movements.
It's just horrible.
Now at 201-58 is the second time she says, "I'll tase you."
This is just
while
it's
still
horrible.
pointing that gun at Dante Wright, while still tracking his movements, not Sergeant Johnson's. Now at this point, Officer Lucky has had some success in trying to remove Dante Wright from the vehicle. You can see that Dante Wright's left leg is out of the car. The defendant continues to point this gun at Dante Wright's chest. And at 202-00 is when she says, "Taser, taser, taser." And at that point you can see that's when Officer Lucky lets go. And Dante Wright is able to get both of his feet in the car by the pedals.
Right, Sharinda? Because it didn't.
And at 202,
It felt like a gun.
01,
It weighs literally
while
twice as
she's
much.
Still saying, "Taser, taser, taser." She presses the trigger.
I'm gonna take it off for just a second. I don't want to show anything.
And shoots.
too graphic
She shoots
right now.
Dante Wright in the chest, and that cartridge casing that you see is circled on the screen ejects right into Officer Lucky's face.
It does. Here's a. The red circle is the casing they're following.
You can see Officer Lucky's expression after being hit with the cartridge casing in the face as the defendant shoots Dante Wright under his arm and directly in front of his face.
Putting that officer in danger. Putting the officer on the other side in danger.
Frames where you can see Sergeant Johnson. This is Sergeant Johnson as he's backing out of the vehicle after the defendant has already shot Dante Wright in the chest. You see the top of his head, you don't see his face, and he's backing away after the defendant has already shot Dante Wright.
It does, Sharinda. It does.
She shoots him, and she reaches back into the car herself with her left hand, with that Glock still in her right hand. Then she puts it back in her holster. She grabs Dante Wright's left arm. And she still has that.
But Debbie, it's because she's participating in chat through Facebook. Debbie.
Now, not only do you have the defendant's body-worn camera, but you also have Sergeant Johnson's to review. And during that same time frame, let's look at what Sergeant Johnson was doing.
There we go. Again, I took that down off the screen for a second.
He's got his feet on the ground. He approaches the passenger side of the car. He opens the door.
Yo, there's a passenger.
Again, with his feet on the ground.
I didn't know that.
He puts his left hand in.
So she was involved in the car wreck that happened immediately after this.
His body outside the car. His feet planted firmly on the ground. He reaches over Elena Albrecht Payton, pushes on the shifter so that Dante Wright can't go anywhere. Sergeant Johnson was clearly not afraid of being dragged. He never said he was scared. He didn't say it then, and he didn't testify to it in court. He puts his hand on Dante Wright.
Oh, shit.
And is able to pull Dante Wright's right arm all the way across the passenger side of the car, where he is, outside, almost outside, across the passenger side.
Oh, yeah, no, you didn't block, Debbie.
He had, at this point, successfully prevented Dante Wright from driving the car. And he had done that successfully up until the point where the defendant shot him. He was clearly not worried about it at all. And he didn't even remember the line that the defendant fed him. So it clearly was not so significant to him. But after the defendant shoots her gun, and after Sergeant Johnson had chosen to engage and chosen to disengage, he stands up, he steps back, and he shuts the door behind him.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, Sergeant Johnson had the time and the forethought to protect Elena Albrecht Payton from what the defendant had just done. She shot a driver and sent an unguided hazard down the road. The defendant didn't save Sergeant Johnson's life.
No. Did nothing but put it at risk.
Elena Albrecht Payton and Sergeant Johnson were in the line of fire.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone saved Sergeant Johnson's life, it was Dante Wright when he took a bullet to the chest. And you saw Officer Lucky. He was so close that cartridge casing bounced off his face.
Mm-hmm.
That's how close he was. Members of the jury, safe handling of a firearm does not include firing it into a car with 4 people directly in harm's way. In addition to all the other people at risk on that public street, including the Lundgrens, who just happened to be driving by. When it comes to risk, every single traffic stop where an officer pulls over a car and approaches comes with some risk. There's always risk that a driver could take off. Every time an officer reaches into a car or into a window to take a license or hand over a ticket, there's some risk that the driver could take off or flee. There's some risk of being hit by the car, but that doesn't make it an actual threat. It doesn't mean that someone is likely to be dragged, and it doesn't mean that every time an officer approaches a driver, she can shoot them dead. That would be absurd. It would be absurd even if
Agreed.
a fellow officer looked scared, which the defendant, mind you, would not have even been in a position to be able to see. Carrying a badge and a gun is not a license to kill. You don't get to shoot someone when things don't go according to plan. I'd like to take a little time to talk about the charges in this case. The judge has given you some instruction. There are 2 charges here: manslaughter in the 1st degree, manslaughter in the 2nd degree. Here we have a highly experienced, highly trained, 26-year veteran of the police department who drew her gun, who pointed it at Dante Wright for almost 6 seconds. She pulled the trigger and she shot him in the chest. She did all this all without recognizing or confirming that she had this gun in her hand.
Yeah.
And she did those things despite her awareness of all of those risks, all kinds of risks, including the risk of weapon confusion. That's reckless and it's culpably negligent. And these are manslaughter charges, members of the jury. They're not murder charges. They are not intentional crimes. They're not crimes of intentional homicide. No one is saying that the defendant meant to kill Dante Wright. I'm going to take some time to go over the elements. The judge obviously has instructed you. Some of these things are not so much in dispute, but bear with me. I'm going to take some time to cover what the evidence shows and how that supports each of these counts. So for manslaughter in the
Interesting
first
point,
degree,
Jamison.
the elements are: 1, the death of Dante Wright must be proven. Well, that's not really in dispute. Members of the jury, you heard from the paramedics. He was declared dead on scene.
Yeah.
2, the defendant caused the death of Dante Wright. That's clearly proved as well. You heard from Dr. Jackson. You saw the autopsy photos. You saw the damage to Dante Wright's heart when that hollow point bullet blew through it. He would have been unconscious within 10 to 15 seconds, and he would have been dead seconds thereafter. And you heard Dr. Jackson tell you the cause of death here was not a vehicle accident, it wasn't marijuana, it was a gunshot wound to the chest. 3rd, and this is the one that I'll spend some time on, the death of Dante Wright was caused by the defendant's committing the crime of reckless handling or use of a firearm. And there are two elements of reckless handling or use of a firearm. First, the defendant recklessly handled or used a firearm. And you have a definition of that. A person acts recklessly if under the totality of the circumstances she commits a conscious or intentional act in connection with the handling or use of a firearm that creates a substantial and unjustifiable risk that she is aware of and disregards. Let's talk a little bit about that one for a second. An intentional act.
Debbie, it's probably a good move.
As you'll see in the later
I think special
instruction,
guests agree with that
just means
sentiment even.
Some voluntary act, not a reflex. Some choice you make to act or move your body in a certain way. Like putting your hand on a weapon, like putting a piece of paper in your...
I don't think that's an unreasonable sentiment to bring up either, Debbie, that, in America, all of our police officers are armed to the teeth for the most part. I say to the teeth. They have like a 9mm, something like that. They have lethal means for sure. And I don't know if is that necessary for every officer? Probably not.
Your other hand. Unholstering a weapon, pulling a weapon, pointing that weapon, pulling the trigger of that weapon. Each and every one of those things, in, of, and by itself, is an intentional act. Let's talk a little bit about substantial risk. Well, pulling, pointing, and shooting a firearm without confirming what it is and what you're doing with it clearly creates a substantial risk of harming someone with that firearm. And she was trained to safely handle that firearm, and she was aware of the risk of killing someone with that firearm. Members of the jury, she told you herself, I could kill someone if she ever used that firearm. She disregarded that risk. And her actions show.
I think it's a pretty solid closing, Jameson.
In pulling that gun with her finger on the
I think
trigger,
she's doing a really good job.
pointing it and aiming it at Dante Wright's chest, pulling the trigger, shooting into the car. Her statements
Been thorough.
also show you she has an awareness of that risk. So what else did she tell you? She told you last week that she wouldn't unsnap her gun holster on the way to a car because she's only 5'3" and she could lose it in a fight. Whether or not you believe that to be the case, whether or not she actually unsnapped her holster on the way to the car, doesn't really matter. What matters is that she
Sharinda. Well, he's a defense attorney, so he typically sides with the... He's biased toward defense. Sharinda, to answer your question.
And that there are risks associated with even carrying that gun.
That's his pattern anyway.
Let alone using it. She knows it's dangerous. It's dangerous to use, and it's dangerous to lose. And she admitted that. It's obvious. It's a deadly weapon. You can use your common sense. But it also shows her awareness of the risks of that firearm ever being taken out of the holster at all, by herself or anyone else. It's a loaded Glock with a round in the chamber and no external safety.
Same here, Sharinda. But again, I also hold that the state's doing a really good job at closing.
Officers are warned about that risk of what they call weapon confusion, pulling and firing the wrong weapon. You heard, members of the jury, that weapon confusion is well known in the entire policing industry.
Yeah.
It's warned about in trainings, it's talked about in policies, and it was known by the defendant. She was in the classes, and she told you she paid attention. She was aware of the risks of pulling her gun instead of her taser and shooting someone. And she disregarded those risks.
Because again, even if she was to have pulled a taser, she was putting so many people at risk here. Like, there was no reason to take the means she took. No one else around her did. That's like the biggest point here, and they've done a really good job at expressing that, you know? Oh, Debbie says in the UK they do have armed police, but they're called in for terrorism or big dealers in high security. See, I feel like we need something like that. Like, I don't see why traffic cops need to be armed.
Blindly pulling any weapon out
In
of
America,
your duty belt,
you know?
while knowing that you're armed with a loaded gun every day is reckless. And it's consciously taking that risk. And you heard that even former police...
Well, Jameson, see, you're falling back on the weakest potential argument. You're just criticizing a dead person's character. And again, that's not going to go very far at MURKradio, friend.
Chief Gannon...
And it wasn't brought up in this case, so...
Officers
keep on
should
pissing in
know
the
when
wind,
they have their
homie.
gun.
Boo-hoo.
Let's talk about this second part of the reckless handling instruction. The defendant handled or used the firearm so as to endanger the safety of another person.
Still not a reason to tase him in the
Drawing
moment.
a firearm, pointing it at someone.
Because Dante Wright is a dangerous person, everybody else around him should have died too and been put at risk. Nah, Jameson, piss off with that. That's hilarious. It's hilariously misinformed. And biased of you to say.
The trigger, all of that is clearly dangerous. It was dangerous to Dante Wright, and it was so dangerous that it in fact killed him. It was also dangerous to everyone around him. To Elena Albrecht Payton, to Officer Lucky, to Sergeant Jones, who were all potentially in harm's way.
To what Jameson just said, the problem is that they're instructed to not even use their taser in that case. So even if wasn't using the gun, it's still incorrect.
Still incorrect to pull a taser, even if you think someone is dangerous. And no, they didn't go into a character assassination during the cross-examinations. I watched them. They bordered on it, but for the most part, they worked on building Kim Potter's character.
The defendant committed the crime of reckless use or handling of a firearm with such force or violence that the death of another person or great bodily harm to another person was reasonably foreseeable. If you draw the gun, your gun, and point the trigger, or if you point the gun and pull the trigger, it's clearly foreseeable that you can hurt or kill somebody.
Back at you, Sam.
And that's actually what happened here. And the defendant herself
Exactly, Debbie.
told you that over the course of her 26-year career, she never
And there was only one cop with a gun drawn, and that was Kim.
fired her weapon in real life.
No one
She
else
knew.
felt like they needed to.
I might kill somebody. So what does that show? It shows awareness of foreseeable risk. It's clearly foreseeable that you can kill someone when you mishandle your firearm and pull the trigger. And it was foreseeable to her. Fifth, the Defendant's Act took place on or about April 11th, 2021 in Hennepin County. That's not really in dispute. Brooklyn Center is in Hennepin County. All of this happened on April 11th. But I'd also like to point out, as we said before, that it is not necessary for the state to prove any intent on the part of the defendant to kill anyone. We don't have to prove it.
They don't. It's not about intent.
Let's talk about...
It doesn't matter if she thought Dante was dangerous. It still wasn't the appropriate thing to do.
Proven, that's the same. I'll come back to the second element. The Defendant's Act took place on or about April 11th in Hennepin County. That's the same too. But let's talk a little bit about the second element in culpable negligence. The defendant caused the death of Dante Wright by culpable negligence, whereby the defendant created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm. And then culpable negligence is defined for you. Intentional conduct, that's the same thing that we talked about before. Voluntary act, not a reflex. that the defendant may not have intended to be harmful, but that an ordinary and reasonably prudent person would recognize as involving a strong probability of injury to others. Members of the jury, she made no effort to protect against shooting and killing someone.
Yeah, it really
And
was
she took
irresponsible.
specific actions that put Dante Wright and everyone else around him at risk.
And everyone else, her fellow officers too.
Ordinary and prudent person.
She was more dangerous in that moment than Dante Wright ever intended to be toward officers. Just want to point that out. The worst thing to happen to cops that day on that street was Kim Potter.
Would not have drawn a
Not Dante
weapon,
Wright.
held it for more than five
For
to
anybody
6
out there who's
seconds,
still trying to attack his character.
aimed it and pulled the trigger, all without recognizing or confirming what was in their hand. The defendant created an unreasonable risk of harm to Dante Wright and everyone else around him by doing what she did. Her actions created the risk. She put that into motion. She didn't have to intend to harm anyone. She didn't have to intend to kill Dante Wright. But that's what she did. She consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm by pulling a weapon and firing it without giving it a second thought. She knew she had a loaded Glock on her duty belt, loaded with hollow point rounds, a gun with no external safety, like we discussed, and all you had to do was pull the trigger. Not only did that have a strong probability of hurting or injuring someone, she actually killed someone. Responsible gun owners know to secure their firearms, to lock them up, to keep them safe, to store them securely. Responsible gun owners know the importance of safely handling and using their firearms.
And not only was she reckless with her firearm, she fired that thing while there were 3 people. Again, the only reason other people and fellow officers weren't harmed was because Dante took the entirety of that bullet to the heart, and she was dangerous. She had her hand in front of the fucking gun at one point. I couldn't think of a more reckless thing to do with the firearm, you know? And again, reasons to shoot somebody. Here's my list. There aren't any reasons to shoot anybody. I don't think they should have shot Pablo Escobar.
You gotta be safe. Responsible
Grab says 26 years as a cop. How often are they?
blindly draw their weapons and press the trigger.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Responsible officers are
Or was crazy in the moment.
aware of the risks of getting it wrong. Members of the jury, we're here because this was entirely preventable. Totally avoidable. If she had followed her training and paid attention to what she was doing and considered the risk. And she was aware of the risk. She appreciated the risk. And what's the best evidence of
That's
that?
not, James, that's not a valid
Her
theory, though.
own
It was just broken. That was just broken in half by the defense or by the prosecution right
What
here.
she said in court. But on April 11th, she said, I shot him. I pulled the wrong fucking gun. I'm going to prison.
Right? The mental stability of our police officers, and what infrastructure do we have to maintain that kind of thing? Sharinda makes a very valid point in the text chat from Facebook. She says, what kind of mental health check-ins does her or any other department do? And I think they've ran down like some of the training they have on these firearms, but not necessarily any kind of psychiatric care or psychological care, which is probably something we should, as a compassionate nation, maybe prioritize for our police officers. I know our tax dollars fund a lot of kooky shit, but I'd be fine with funding a shrink or two for some police officers with my tax dollars.
Let's talk a little bit about deadly force. You have a long instruction on this, but I just wanted to touch on it briefly. Deadly force is the force that was used here. It's the force that was used when the defendant shot Dante Wright with her gun. Even if she didn't intend
Give
to
them a
use
safe
deadly
out.
force,
Exactly,
she
Sharinda.
intended
Yes.
to use force. And that's clear from what she said and from what she did. And a reasonable person in her position would have foreseen a substantial risk, again, of death or great bodily harm from her actions. Reasonable people know that guns kill. And if you pull one and press the trigger, people can die. You don't blindly pull weapons and pull the trigger without being aware of that risk.
Exactly.
That's common sense. So as far as this instruction, the defendant need only have acted with intent to use force. So even if she just intended to use a taser, and prove that a reasonable person in the defendant's position would have foreseen a substantial risk of causing death or great bodily harm. We just discussed that. And as to each count or defense, the kind and degree of force a police officer may lawfully use in protecting themselves or another, effecting arrest or capture, or preventing escape is limited by what a reasonable police officer in the same situation would believe to be necessary. When you're arresting someone, you still have to act reasonably. A reasonable police officer would not believe it to be necessary to use deadly force in these circumstances. What do reasonable officers believe? Well, they believe they shouldn't use unnecessary force. And here, deadly force was entirely unnecessary.
Entirely.
And if you look at what Sergeant
Fuck, a
Johnson
taser was
and Officer
unnecessary.
Lucky did before the defendant stepped in,
Behind the
they were
wheel of an
using
automobile
a
that was on.
proportional amount of force to address the situation. And even the defendant herself acknowledges what they were trying to do. They were just trying to stop him from getting away. They were not responding to any real threat.
There was no threat
How do you
against
know
them.
that?
He was trying to
Members of
flee.
the jury, it's evidenced by the
Not a
videos.
danger to them. Even a potential danger to them. He was fleeing.
The last line that's highlighted here is to determine whether or not the actions of the police officer were necessary, you must look at those facts known to the police officer at the precise moment she acted with force. Go back to the videos, members of the jury. You can see what happened and what the defendant would have actually been able to see. But even when she testified before you, the defendant herself acknowledged that she didn't think deadly force was appropriate. She acknowledged it was unreasonable. And
Well,
she
of course,
acknowledged that
to
shooting
address
was
Jameson,
not
of course,
warranted.
Jameson, you don't agree with the way the statute's being interpreted because it doesn't play towards your bias towards
did.
defense,
That's
or the way you've classically defended things in the shitty way that we used to character
used deadly
assassinate.
force. She put a bullet through his heart.
Of course you don't. We can tell.
And her statements are admissions that establish that she was reckless and culpably negligent.
I'm glad defense
in
attorneys
using
don't
deadly
like it in
force
this case
against Dante Wright.
because I want her to lose.
Because she knew it was unreasonable and she knew it was unwarranted. Anyway,
I'm biased toward the prosecution.
she put it all in motion despite all the risks. It's her hand, it's her gun, it's her actions.
Hello, Arianti. Welcome back.
Members of the jury, you also have an instruction
Thank you for
on
spending your break with us.
non-deadly force. That's not really an issue.
Hate us 'cause they
when it
ain't
comes
us.
to the charges in this case. It's not the force that was used here, and you'll see
Yeah, that's not how they're trained to point a taser either.
crimes that are charged.
Right, Sin? Right?
And that's what's highlighted at the bottom. But on the topic of the taser, it's worth noting that you heard from Seth Stoughton.
Oh, of course. I'm glad to be here earlier now.
pointed out that
I like
even
the
if she
early schedule, I
had
think.
used a taser, it would have been inappropriate under the circumstances. Where she could and
I flip-flop a
ultimately
lot,
did
but I think this is the
disable the
schedule.
driver of the vehicle, and which could and ultimately did injure other people, like Elena Albrecht Payton, like the Lundgrens.
Oh, thank you for keeping me on, Graf.
That's why those policies exist.
Love you to death,
members of
Graf.
the jury. That's why you don't tase a fleeing suspect. That's why you don't tase the driver of a vehicle. So what's the point of all that evidence about proper use of a taser?
I'm not gonna
well,
be
it
right
goes
back,
to
gang.
show
I'm gonna keep this
that
playing.
even the decision to use a taser was not a wise one. It goes to show that she made a series of bad choices that led to her shooting and killing Dante Wright. It goes to her disregard of all the risks. Members of the jury, this was no little oopsie. This was not putting the wrong date on a check. This was not entering the wrong password somewhere. This was a colossal screw-up. A blunder of epic proportions. It was precisely the thing she had been warned about for years, and she was trained to prevent it. It was irreversible, and it was fatal. Members of the jury, the people involved in this case happen to be the defendant's police family, is what she called them. The people who knew the defendant well, who know her well. Some have worked with her for years and years and years. Some have grown very, very close to her, including her own direct supervisor, who was Sergeant Johnson, whom she referred to as a rock star.
See, the crowd interpreting what you said as a character attack, Jameson, means this would definitely have been an objection in this fucking case. Just so you know, speaking as an expert on bias, you're coming across as biased toward defense, which is your job on this channel as far as I'm concerned. I'm biased in this case toward the prosecution. I've been biased towards the defense before. But again, I just want to take the time to thank Jameson for his input. Again, retired. But if it seems like I'm calling him out on bias, or if it feels like I'm being rude to you, Jameson, I'm not trying to be. I just, again, as an expert on being biased in this case, I'm biased in this case, I can tell when someone else is too.
When trouble comes, it's family that supports you unconditionally. Sticking by each other.
And that's okay.
For better or for worse.
I appreciate your candor.
Makes family, family. The same thing appears
And thank you for being here with us.
To the defendant's police family.
And
the defendant has found herself in trouble, and her police
Good morning.
family has her back.
Hello, good morning, John B. How are you doing today?
The state
listen, I'm doing great, but I got to catch you guys for a second, okay? I want to tell you something. I'm going to make one of my patented statements, and then I will disappear, and I'll just go listen, okay? So I'm not going to waste all of your airspace. And I don't want to say I apologize for something, but what I want to tell you is I want to clarify. A couple of a week ago or so, you were talking about Mr. Dinesh D'Souza, okay? And my first reaction, I jumped at it and said, "Oh, he's a fucking stiff, man. Don't talk, yeah." And I didn't bring any receipts, okay? And that's not fair for me to say a blanket statement like that about anybody and not at least offer up some kind of reasoning like Special does. When Special teaches you about somebody, he gives you everything, okay? So I don't have that everything for you, don't worry. But I will say this, okay? The man made a documentary called Death of a Nation, all right? And on the poster even, it's disturbing because it's a split screen, Lincoln's face and Donald Trump's face, so he looks like Two-Face, okay? And it's a documentary praising Mr. Trump, okay, and talking about how he's been shit on, and Mr. D'Souza actually got in trouble for some campaign financing stuff, and he went to prison for it. Well, he only did weekends, but anyway. So in my opinion, just my opinion, okay, not to offend anybody, I find him to be quite an asshole. Okay, so I jumped to tell you that without having a chance to explain anything. I didn't want to ramble on too much, but I wanted to tell you now, man, and clarify. Okay,
Oh, for sure.
So that's not
Right
fair.
on.
It's not fair of me to give you my opinion. Now, I can give you like some knowledge. Let's say I can tell you what he did. He did some documentaries, whatever. He painted Trump to be kind of like Christ-like. Okay,
That's how it
he's not
seemed.
giving-
Yeah, that's what we're again just to catch the audience. We're talking about D'Souza, a YouTube personality who I had played I believe a video of his on the stream a while ago, and it seemed like maybe he was a cool dude based on one video. But then I quickly found out the sentiment that you have, John, was actually shared with the Murkies. The Murkies felt the same way. I actually heard quite a bit about it. Like, no, he's a shithead for a bunch of different reasons, and I think you're in good company with that opinion.
Wonderful. Okay, because I never want to impress my opinion. I mean, I do ramble, but I don't want to impress my opinion on people who don't want to hear it. And it wasn't fair to say something without having some receipts, like special. Okay, he'll give you 4 hours.
Yeah.
He's not going to throw anybody out there if he doesn't know everything about him, and I love that about him. Okay, and you too.
Oh, thank you so much. But yeah, no, they provided receipts for you. Actually, I think we had in the text chat in that moment, people were like, "No, this is why, man. He's some old nonsense. You shouldn't play him on your channel." I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know." Okay, thank you. But no, thank you for actually cueing me into D'Souza. I had said at one point and then had to kind of immediately retract because of you and the outroar from the Murkies. Like, no, hey, that guy's a crazy right wing shill.
Okay, so now going on a whole different tangent before I leave. I'm looking forward to seeing Spider-Man. How about you guys?
Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it. I've gone ahead and spoiled myself thoroughly to what happens in it, and so I'm ready.
Yeah.
My body is ready. My soul is ready.
I definitely will not say a single word in the spoiler area, but I'm like you are, okay? That only pumps me up more when I hear the stuff that goes on, and that sounds like it's right up my alley, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But listen, my friend, I'm going to take off, but I will have you on in the background, I'm actually working on a Spider-Man figure, okay? And he's on a wall. And he's going to look pretty good when he's done. So I will show you guys, and I will be around. And I hope you are having a happy Hanukkah, man.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're having a good holidays, too. I'm glad your ticker's doing better, by the way.
Oh, yeah. The thing that freaked me out on that, I didn't know I was going to say anything about this. I'm sorry.
Are you good? But, I brought it up for a reason. Tell me.
Well, I went to the doctor, and they put this thing around my neck because I was getting that tone every day at the same time, like I told you about. Mm-hmm. And I was freaking out about what that was. And I thought it was because they said the battery is going dead. But they said, no, you're good for another 8 months on the battery. That's good. But they said that looking at the data that they got off of the box when they hooked me up now, they said, did you know that you had 2 episodes on January 14th? I said, I did. And that was at the height of my being drunk, okay? So I'm shit-faced, passed out. And they say when this thing hits you, like the paddles, that's what it's made for, that it hit you like when they gave Uma Thurman that shot in
it goes right to the heart. Bam, adrenaline.
So basically, twice on that same day, I had my heart stop, okay, from drinking so much, okay? And I'm lucky that scared the shit out of me when I heard that, right? And they said, well, you haven't had any episodes since then, apparently, but you did have 2 episodes at 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. on the 14th of January. I went, no shit. So that put the fear of God in me, man.
Good
I cannot drink anymore, man.
Good
cannot.
night.
But then meanwhile, they said everything else is looking pretty good, and I don't have to go back in to have the battery done for 8 more months.
Good.
So everything's cool, man.
Good.
That was my Christmas gift.
Good.
My health is my Christmas gift, you know.
Hey, I'm glad. Well, look, before we pop back into this closing argument, I do want to say just right here while we have all the Murkies here, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're still with us, and I'm glad we didn't lose you before you could get some help. That's you're a really fortunate person, and every breath you take, man, I'm glad you have it. I'm glad that
I want to die sober, man. I want to die sober. If I die tomorrow, I'll be happy because I'm sober.
Hey, I love you to death.
I wouldn't mind a girlfriend though, but if you know anybody,
we'll put a personal ads out, baby. Looking for a lady that's also looking to die sober, man. And we're gonna do it.
Instead of GoFundMe, they ought to have Go Fuck Me.
Go fuck me. That's not a bad idea.
I'm sorry. That was rude, man. I'll catch you later.
Hey, you have
love you guys.
Love you to
Bye.
death, John B.
Bye.
You have a good one. Man, always a pleasure to hear from John B. I'm glad he's doing good. I was worried about his ticker. I didn't know it was having the emergency beeps like it has been, but he's good. He's with us still, guys. So let's push forward a little bit in this closing argument. But glad he popped in here. If anybody else wants to come in and say hello, you get the same kind of respect, baby. Discord link in description if you want to come chit chat with us.
Get to choose who the witnesses to a crime will be. But relationships to the parties is something you can consider. It's in your instructions when evaluating the testimony of any witness.
Oh yes,
and like with any family,
yeah.
often the clearest, most objective view comes from outside that family unit. An unbiased, reasonable, outside perspective. Outside the emotional bonds that tie family together. Keep in mind, members of the jury, that Commander Grunig and former Chief Gannon, they brought in the BCA to investigate this case, to make sure there was an independent review of what happened on April 11th and what the defendant did. Why do that? To avoid conflicts of interest, to avoid bias.
109 years seems a little rough, Sam.
Independence and transparency.
But it was a real, I don't know.
You saw for yourselves why. How can we ask officers who've known and liked the defendant, Kimberly Potter, for years, and who have been a part of her police family for decades, how can we ask them to independently assess what happened on April 11th? Self-review doesn't always work, and your common sense will tell you that. And I'm sure most Brooklyn Center police officers would have preferred to not have to be here to testify before you, but they did, and they had to. But the further away you get from the bias of a close relationship with the defendant, other officers, if you look at experts like Seth Stoughton, and even the defense experts, the clearer things become, the farther you move away from outside that family unit. You as jurors are in the best position to evaluate the evidence independently, without prejudice and without bias, to any party. You're not beholden to the police department. You're not beholden to the defendant.
I think it would also be a different story, Anna. That's my personal opinion, Anna. I do think that
Your job is to fairly and impartially
on both ends
consider the
of the political spectrum,
and the charges in front of you.
race being at the...
That is all we're asking you to do here. And like I said earlier, this case is pretty simple.
I will say that just in the context of race being relevant to this issue, while it's not brought up in court necessarily, I do feel like it is one of the playing factors as to why I'm covering it for sure, Anna. So, Anna, I want you to know that I feel like your feelings are completely valid, and I agree with you. You're in good company with me in that regard. Yeah,
It's about the defendant's handling, reckless handling of a firearm, and her culpable negligence. It's about what she did. It's about her killing Dante Wright. And what happened in this case is captured on video, and you're entitled to rely on your common sense. Don't speculate. Don't get sucked down that rabbit hole of hypotheticals and misdirection. What ifs and could haves are not the law, and none of that changes what actually happened here. What the lawyers say is not evidence. And you have an instruction on that. even if we bang on the table and yell and stomp our feet, still not evidence. And anything we say doesn't change what actually happened in this case. Your job is to look at the evidence, to use your common sense, and apply the law. And how are you going to do that?
Yeah, they stopped for an air freshener, Anna, which is,
You're the jury.
in my opinion,
The
some
videos
bullshit.
are an important part.
Everyone's got the black ice air freshener, dude.
You can play them.
Everybody got
rewind
that.
them,
If your car don't smell like some black ice or some Febreze,
There are several videos you can review. And
it probably smells like
them
weed,
on a laptop with all the other exhibits.
and that can be a problem.
You'll also have
I do want to say that there's nothing going on in Dante's car that wouldn't be going on in my car any given day. A lady in the passenger seat, got the air freshener because you got the lady in the passenger seat. Like, come on, man, there ain't nothing crazy going on.
the gun
Normal cars.
and the
He shouldn't have been
taser
pulled over.
back there when you deliberate. They will be made safe for you, of course. The ammunition will be separate from the gun.
That's the when Sharinda first popped in, she brought up that, how could you think it's a gun and not a taser? And here's the actual numbers on it. A taser weighs 0.94 pounds. A Glock loaded with 17 rounds weighs 2.11 pounds. One literally weighs half as much.
But you'll be able to hold the taser and hold that firearm to compare those features, to get a feel for the two, and to get a sense of all.
So again, if we're just speaking toward firearm protocol, if you think you have a taser, you're not supposed to pull it and start screaming taser. You're supposed to confirm that your taser is operational. You need to flip your safety. You need to make sure your laser lights are on. The display needs to be turned on. Make sure, you know what I mean? There's things that happened. She just pulled a Glock and started screaming taser and then shot a kid.
All those differences.
Shot a man, a father.
And see for yourselves.
She shot
how
a father.
different they really are.
There's a child who's going to grow up without a father.
And you'll also have those exhibits that are the training materials and the policies. And why are those policies important? Well,
Yeah, one's yellow, one's black.
a violation of policy.
There's no form of color blindness that will confuse you between yellow and black.
In, of, and by itself is not a violation of law. You have an instruction on that.
Whole ass burrito difference.
They show what the
I know from holding one or two burritos, says Sharinda. Yeah.
expected to do as part
So
of their
don't be
jobs.
shouting to everyone like that either.
they're expected
Homegirl
to
clearly
know.
is unstable. She is. She's clearly in the moment. She definitely was.
And not do.
Personally, I feel like Kim Potter, she was training a large male officer. She was there with another male officer. She seemed to be the only female there. She's a foot foot shorter than everybody else. And so I think this was her trying to establish authority as one of the older senior cops. And she did what? Okay, so in my opinion, Kim Potter has she has muscle memory attached to her sense of authority. And her muscle memory is a straight right draw to her Glock. Okay? And so when Kim is in a panicked situation and she feels she needs to bolster her sense of authority, she does a straight right draw to the Glock. No thinking. And I think that's what happened.
They include the things to consider in deciding to use force and how much force to use. And importantly,
Napoleon complex, kind of, Anna, a form of it. I wouldn't say Napoleon complex though, Anna, because I feel like this is actually, okay, look, where Kim is wrong in this is she's associated the wrong muscle memory with a sense of authority. Women have a lot of means to build a sense of authority outside of a firearm or presenting themselves as a danger to a male. And I really hate that Kim had the life she must have had to build the type of person that feels like she needs to do a straight right draw to make herself seem bigger. That's unfortunate to me. I feel bad for her in that regard. For me, when I want to feel bigger, I'm 6'1", 200 pounds. When I want to feel bigger, I put my shoulders up and I puff my chest out. I don't need to straight right draw. I don't know what that's like.
Has been aware of and has taken all kinds of steps.
You've seen that in The Office. Sharinda's seen women in an office setting. She says, when you're a woman in a man's world, shit gets wonky. I've seen some ladies in The Office do some weird shit to establish dominance. Exactly.
Things like
Yeah, Anna, potentially abuse. Maybe she had that in her background, you know. It doesn't even necessarily have to be abuse in Kim's background, in my opinion. She's just in a male-dominated career, historically. And so she, very much, in my opinion, she will present herself as a masculine authority figure with the gun. With a gun. Mental health. Yep. Exactly, Sharinda. This does go back to a point Sharinda and I were talking about where I wouldn't mind my tax dollars going to a psychiatrist and a psychologist or two. Health check-ins, mental health check-ins. Important. And building a culture for the police where they feel safe in that space and will open up. There's also this kind of machismo behind being a cop in America. And I think that she was a victim of it. Keep in mind, Kim has been a cop for 26 years. She's seen a lot of change. She's seen a lot of social change. She's seen a lot of cultural change. Where she probably, I think the straight right draw to establish authority started a long time ago, probably over a decade ago, probably early on in her policing career. And I don't think she's necessarily the victim of hard abuse. I think she might have been the victim of workplace abuse, where she was dehumanized because she was a female, or she was, passed over for promotions and things like that. And she had to go out of her way to make herself what she became. She had to be Officer Potter. Not a man, not a woman, a figure of authority. And that can do something to your mind,
There are a lot of policies. You'll have a lot of documents. There's also one that includes language about spark testing. Why is the spark test important?
Spark testing.
Members of the jury, spark tests are important because they rebut any claim by the defendant that she spends more time using her gun than her taser. The point of a spark test is not only to check to see that it's working, to make sure your taser is functional, but it's also to put your hands on it.
Disassociates the behavior more.
Hold it in your hand, put your finger on the trigger, and test fire it every day you work, before every shift. That's the expectation.
Or distances her from her behavior more.
That means that every Brooklyn Center police officer should have their hands on that taser.
Yeah, Anna.
Every day on the job.
Hey, no worries, Sharinda.
Using that taser.
Yeah.
Now, the defense may refer to this as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident, or that because the defendant didn't know or didn't realize that she had a gun in her hand, that this is somehow an accident and not a crime. That is simply not the case. It's just plain wrong. Accidents can still be crimes.
Yep.
If they occur as the result of recklessness or culpable negligence.
Yep.
You're not going to find the word accident or mistake or error anywhere in your jury instructions, because it's not a defense to the crimes charged. An accidental
It's not a defense.
Is still a crime.
It's still a killing.
If the defendant's actions are reckless.
Yeah, I think she is remorseful, Anna. And I'll give you this. I think Kim Potter probably realizes now that her sense of authority was tied to a straight right draw, and she hates that about herself. I bet you she's a different person than she was before that happened. I bet it has changed her. I'll give you that. She did seem remorseful. It seemed genuine to me. But again, it's not about if it was an accident or not. She was reckless in the line of duty, and she shouldn't be a cop. And, whether it's fines, community service, jail time, probation, I don't care. I mean, I think she's going to catch what she catches. I think think she was in the wrong.
And the defendant's failure to recognize
think she was reckless
she was drawing and
with her
handling
firearm.
and firing her gun, despite hours and hours of training, despite...
Is she mad? Is she sad that she caused an accident or that she got caught? Exactly, Sharinda. I think it would have changed her no matter the outcome. It would have changed her no matter the victim. I don't want to victimize Kim Potter because, again, at the end of the day, I think she is guilty of being reckless with her firearm. And that caused the death of a person and potentially, and put lives at risk. 2 officers that were near her, people who were supposed to be her, her comrades. And then she sends Dante and his passenger wildly into traffic, and it caused a car wreck, harming 2 other people. So, this is all, again, what started this? She was reckless and negligent with her firearm.
8 years and years
Who was doing 40 over? Dante? Dante wasn't doing 40 over.
of experience, despite the clear differences between the two, and despite the opportunity to change course and correct,
He got pulled over for an air freshener.
despite all the warnings and cautions.
Oh, yeah, no, the trucker was doing 40 miles an hour over. Yeah, no, the trucker was hauling ass. He was trying to meet a deadline. Sorry, that's a different story.
Doing this very thing is part of what establishes the defendant's recklessness and culpable negligence in killing Dante Wright. On the subject of errors or mistakes, you heard from Dr. Miller that action errors that we sometimes see are those things like misdating a check.
No, Dante Wright, just to clarify for special guests, wasn't doing a goddamn thing wrong vehicularly other than he had a fucking air freshener,
Or entering the wrong password.
Oh, word, yeah, special. Yeah,
As I said, members of the jury drawing and firing the wrong weapon.
I will say there was a small detail in this case that I haven't covered until I saw the footage in the closing statement, and that's that Dante Wright removed the air freshener. He removed it before she shot him. It was in the fucking seat. He took it down. There's no reason to pull that guy. There was no reason to pull him on that warrant, in my opinion. I mean, I know they had to, but, yeah. Yeah, and Jameson, Kim is the one that pushed for that pullover. She only pulled him over because it technically violated the law and she was training somebody. She said on the stand that she normally wouldn't have pulled him over for an air freshener. Chew on that. Think about that. She was reckless that day.
And
she's guilty.
The same as misdating a check. And doing something for 26 years does not automatically override another thing you've done for 19 years. There was a lot of discussion from Dr. Miller about the medical field, the field of aviation, and how errors can happen. But anyone can be prosecuted for their criminal negligence. Anyone can be prosecuted for reckless driving,
criminal
or child
negligence,
endangerment,
reckless with her
and anyone
firearm.
can be prosecuted for reckless handling of a firearm. The same applies to police officers.
Well, and Anna, she was kind of showing off. Again, I think she was trying to bolster her sense of authority in the moment, and she's, yeah, exactly that. She was kind of, in a way, showing off. Again, bolstering authority could be viewed as showing off. She's trying to add plumage to her visual character. Does that make sense? She's trying to peacock. So, yes, she's, in a way, trying to be impressive. And she's discriminatory in enforcement. She is, yeah, exactly. She is discriminatory in enforcement. Special. She's also reckless with the way in which she does her job, in my opinion. Just to comment on what Special said, I feel that way. I feel that way.
Officers, just like anyone else. But people who do the job right should not be judged by those who do it wrong. In this case, is about only one person's conduct. It's about the defendant's actions.
You're saying, we'll talk about the truck driver here in a bit. I think you're kind of confusing the text chat a little bit, going back and forth between what we're talking about and the truck driver.
The professional world is based on the principle that instruction and training and practice and prevention, that those things work. And that people have to be responsible for following their training and being aware of risks. That's what training's for. You can rely on your common sense. Training works. Human nature did not kill Daunte Wright. The defendant did. The defendant told Dr. Miller, I don't make mistakes.
She didn't render aid afterward. She sat and cried.
What you will.
And again, that's kind of my exhibit B in the fact that, in my opinion, she was trying to present herself. She was trying to add plumage by pulling the gun, by doing the instinctual thing, the muscle memory in her brain that says, I need to puff myself up, straight right draw. When it didn't work, she didn't render aid. She didn't check on her fellow officers. She went inward. She started crying. She collapsed in on herself. Immediate remorse, immediate knowledge that she's fucked up. She said out loud, they're going to send me to prison. She knows she's guilty. She knows she was reckless. And she said on the stand, gave plenty of examples of how she was reckless. So, yes, she didn't render aid. Yeah, I'm mad at her compatriots for not rendering aid. Well, Special, let me explain the situation with her compatriots. They were checking themselves for bullet holes because Kim shot wildly at them, as far as they were concerned. A shell casing hit the officer she was training in the face, and the car sped off after she shot Daunte. So they were just trying to make sure they were completely in pieces, like that they were intact. And as they're doing that, Daunte's car collides headfirst into another car. And then they hit the comms and start rendering aid. So they do, but they check themselves out first, Special, just to kind of break down what they showed on the footage previously in the case, if you hadn't seen it.
She also told him that the car was running. The car was on.
The car was on when she fired.
So she knew she was firing on the driver of a vehicle, which...
Oh, Special, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. They were being cool under pressure. None of them drew a firearm. Again, they checked their persons, checked her, called for help after the car had stopped. Does that make sense, Special? So they did. They did. I think they did.
Makes any decision to use the taser even more dangerous and more risky.
They did. She didn't. Even minutes after the fact, she didn't do anything. She sat there and cried. It went immediately inward because she knew she fucked up in overused force and was reckless.
She also told Dr. Miller that Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson backed away.
Hey, you have a good one.
Engaged when she said taser, taser, taser. So apparently, that's all it took to...
No, Special, they did. They did. The other cops did. They went to the scene. They're the ones who called the first responders who showed up. They didn't render immediate medical aid. They just went to the scene like a cop would, But yeah, no, again, yeah. But no, they did. They did. No, they did walk over to the wreck and render aid. That's what I'm saying. Special. They did. They did those things. Those things that you're saying they did not do. They did those things. They also had to file reports kind of immediately, though,
Call them off.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're supposed to do as a cop when there's something like that, especially. You know damn well when you can't go moving necks and stuff. So no, the cops. No, exactly. Well, pointing out that she was in shock is my point. I think you're kind of missing my point here, bud. Yeah, her attempt at adding plumage, at peacocking, failed, and she was devastated by it. She knows she's guilty, and they knew it too.
Okay. There would have been zero risk of anyone being dragged. There would have been no need to fire any weapon at all.
Well, like I just explained, Special, it's relevant in the fact that it proves that she was remorseful immediately. She knew she was reckless in the moment.
No matter what.
There was no attempt at trying to correct.
Perceived.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how quickly raid was ended. But just so everyone knows, everybody else followed protocol, including the cop she was training, better than she did.
And in her career, the defendant consciously and intentionally took on a very important and very serious responsibility. She chose to become a police officer. And she failed in that responsibility.
No, Special, no, there's Special, I'm just going to explain it real quick. There's no world in which anybody else was in any way equally responsible or as reckless or negligent as Kim was in that moment, or they'd be on trial.
Growth.
Heard?
She betrayed
I think you
Dante
got
Wright
it.
and her fellow officers too. And her conduct was criminal. This case is not about Dante Wright. Dante Wright is not on trial. He's not the reason we're here today. So whether or not you agree with his decision to flee is not what this case is about.
Not about Dante's decisions.
He's not the defendant here. This case is about Kimberly Potter. We're here today because of her conduct, her choices, and her actions. We're here today because she killed Dante Wright. But this case is also not about the defendant's law-abiding or peaceful nature that you heard about. It's about what she did on that day, on April 11th. It's about her rash and reckless conduct. You heard from a number of people that she's a good person or a good cop. You heard from a lot of people in her police family. Members of the jury, good people can commit crimes. Police officers can.
Doesn't equal it. Mean it equal. I think that's what special guest is. The explanation of her actions doesn't mean it equals a nullification of her responsibilities. I think he's trying to say the opposite. Wait, or no, he is saying that? I don't know. I mean, I think special guest was just trying to, again, kind of hop toward the defense's bias. But that's typically how, Jameson and Special start a day. But the explanation for her actions doesn't mean it equals a nullification of her responsibilities. I think that's what special guest is getting at. I mean, maybe, but again, there's one person on trial here out of all the cops that were there, and it's the one that shot and killed somebody recklessly.
Commit crimes too. And it should come as no surprise that the defendant had a reputation for being law-abiding before April 11th. She was a police officer, and that is the expectation.
But again, what I said earlier, a second ago, is that's me speaking as an expert on bias. I'm biased toward the prosecution in this case.
And just because she didn't kill people for the first 25 years of her career does not mean that no crime occurred on April 11th. This case is also not about whether the defendant is sorry.
It's not.
Whether she's remorseful. Of course she's sorry.
We saw it.
Of course she feels bad for what she did. There's no dispute about that. But that has no place in your deliberations. Your duty, members of the jury, is to decide this case without sympathy. And you have an instruction on that. And without considering in any way any possible penalty.
Hold up. We're pausing this closing statement. Lux is awake. Come smooch me, lady.
Oh, jeez.
Mwah.
Hello.
Lux is awake, gang.
Or punishment.
Guilty is my opinion, Sean. Hella biased toward the guilty opinion. She's
fair.
And to specify, Sean, she is guilty of the reckless use of her firearm. I've explained why I think so. Rewind if you want to check that out. She tried to present a sense of authority. It failed. And she was reckless with her muscle memory, with her sense of authority. But yeah, again, I think guilty. I think she'll be found guilty too. Oh, thank you, Sharinda. Sharinda says you're cute.
Deliberate without prejudice, bias, or sympathy, and without regard to your personal likes or dislikes.
Yeah. Sharinda? Lux, Sharinda.
Hi.
I've actually talked to you about Sharinda too, Lux.
And you were all selected for this jury.
My
because
favorite
you
work
said you
friend.
Follow the court's instructions and apply the law. That's your only job in this case.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, no, she really wants to meet you. Yeah, no, yeah. Like I said, my favorite work friend.
I'm getting ready for work, so.
In this case, the defendant
Well, you are special, Sharinda.
choices, a number of choices, and those choices killed Dante Wright. She chose to engage, she chose to use force, she chose to escalate, she chose to draw the weapon on the right side of her duty belt.
This photo here, I want to show special guest in particular. See the reaction on the cop's face, the face you can see here in the top right corner of the video that they're playing. Okay, that's the officer she's training taking a shell casing to the face. You ever discharged a firearm in a way that the shell casing hits your homie's face? Special? Let me know in the chat. Tell me if that's reckless or not. This image right here. Tell me if any of this seems reckless to you, homie. Just as a dude who is well versed on firearm safety, is this how you handle yourself? Nobody should handle themselves this way.
Holster. She chose to ignore the feel of that.
The only reason the woman on the other side of Dante and the cop on the other side of that woman didn't catch a bullet is because Dante caught the bullet.
Holster. She chose to ignore the weapon in her hand and how it came out of the holster. She chose to put her finger on the trigger. She chose to ignore the feel of the trigger. She chose to ignore the feel of the grip. She chose to ignore the weight. She chose to ignore the color. She chose to ignore that there was no display and no lasers and no flashlight of this gun that was in her.
Now, I feel like she chose to ignore these things in a split. It's almost like muscle memory. Is it a decision? Yes, but almost an instinctual decision because she said in her brain, I need to switch to authority mode.
Her right hand, right in front of her face, with her right index finger on the trigger, aimed directly.
Oh, Anna, guilty. I think guilty.
She chose to pull the trigger.
And Anna Moy says hello as well. Hello. Yes.
She chose to disregard her training and to disregard the cautions and the
Oh, what does Lux think? Clarify real quick. I am divorced. Lux is not my wife. She's my girlfriend and my manager and the queen of MURKradio.
Right. But she failed.
More important than a wife.
Right. She failed.
More than a wife. So I would never give her a one-word label like that.
Alone is responsible
a lot more to
for
me.
Her choices and her actions.
I'm just kidding. You're fine.
Dante Wright did not cause his own death.
I'm just hyping her up because she just got up and she looks beautiful today.
Here because this was entirely preventable. It didn't have to happen. It was a tragedy of her own making.
But I'm pretty sure Lux guilty.
And it's not just
Kim
a
Potter's
tragedy.
guilty. Yeah.
She's guilty of what happened, which is manslaughter and recklessness.
That she was an officer. Does not make it okay. That she was on duty does not make it okay.
Oh, I wouldn't mess with Lux's credit score like that yet, my man.
Does not make it okay. Her actions were rash and
We have
reckless,
grinding to
and
do
what she
before
did
we're
was
married.
Wrong. We trust the police to safeguard lives. We trust them to do that until they don't. The defendant shattered that trust when she shattered Dante Wright's heart. She chose right instead of left. She chose wrong instead of right. She chose her gun, and she shot and killed Dante Wright. Thank you.
Boom. End of.
We're going to take a 20-minute break.
They took a 20-minute break. I'm pretty sure I've gabbed over 20, and we can pop right into the defense's closing business. Let's see if they've started yet. Let's get to the defense's closing. Oh, damn, they still on a break? Catch up to the live coverage here.
jury does convene. Obviously, they will select a foreman here.
Here we go.
As far as a majority of people are a certain way, or if it's really split. Sometimes if they've got a lot of things to decide, they will look at some of the easier things and say, we can decide on this and we can decide on that, and then they'll be hung up for potentially days on another issue. This is a cleaner trial than, say, what we saw with the Rittenhouse trial and even the Chauvin trial, because it really comes down to some of the same type of things. Was it reckless for her to have the gun in her hand? There we go.
I'm going to
Court is back. We're done listening to this Baldy talk.
Let's take you back into the courtroom for closing arguments from the defense.
I love everyone that's bald, by the way. When I say Baldy, I'm just generalizing in jest. I'll be bald one day. I've been bald in the past. I'll shave my head. I'll probably do it at some point in the future again. Catch me a clean fade or something. Who knows? I might fuck around. Here we go. Now, her defense attorney, I'm not the biggest fan of the dude. Mostly because I don't really like his flow. But I'm not a big fan of either of these attorneys' flow when it comes to their oration skills. Bunch of coughs from the audience. Hashtag Novid. Hopefully no one there got the COVID. They got the spit glass everywhere now.
Okay, the defense may make its final argument.
Your Honor, counsel, Ms. Potter. Ladies and
go.
gentlemen of the jury, I have not argued a case with a plastic shield.
Jameson, your team is up.
Before. This will be a first. Hopefully the
Blow
last.
the whistle.
But before I get into my final argument, or summation, some people call it,
That was another issue I had. He needs a lozenge.
we apparently were accused by the state in their argument that we might run you down a rabbit hole of misdirection. Rabbit hole of misdirection. That's what they said.
Because it's true.
Playing the video not at the right speed where it showed chaos, playing it as slow as possible, showing photos, that's the rabbit hole of misdirection. And make no mistake about it, Kimberly, Potter,
Right.
Johnson, Lucky, and Wright were fighting, struggling, and it was in seconds that happened. Not
That's hilarious,
so
Sean.
when you go into that, jury,
That's hilarious.
play it like it's supposed to be played, not a rabbit hole of misdirection. Rabbit hole of misdirection, no threat by Dante Wright. He broke free from a law enforcement officer and took off in his car even after he was shot. No threat. Sympathy for Potter? Well, what are the photos of Dante Wright doing up there with his child? Does that prove anything on this case? Of course not. They're asking for sympathy, not us. Johnson not at the scene? In final arguments, you're to rely on your own memory of the evidence, and not mine, not hers, your memory. Well, that isn't what he testified to. Not worried, she says. No, could not see Johnson. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the body-worn camera is here. Her head's here. She didn't have the camera on her head, and when she's leaning in, of course the body-worn camera doesn't see Johnson. But her head does, and she testified she saw him, and his look on his face like she never saw before. That's the evidence.
What?
They have the temerity to talk about Stoughton, a man who had the power to charge up to $93,000, who doesn't remember being a police officer. When I ask him about crisis, he wants to go back to the training field. The temerity of saying that cops, because they're a family, lie. And then the spark test.
It's a
She
shit
didn't do the
defense.
spark test, so that's evidence of
Not good.
recklessness. What a catch-22, ladies and gentlemen. They also used the fact that she went to each and every training session, each and every one of them, and there was evidence from one person that she paid attention. Can you imagine if she did, and they're using that to say she's reckless. Can you imagine if she didn't go? Oh my gosh. They would call her criminal, reckless. She missed a session. What she did.
You have a good day and crush it.
Yay, I love you.
Lux is going to work, gang.
And
Love
now
you,
they're
dude.
holding that against her. What a catch-22 that is. So there. I'm not going to run you down a rabbit hole. I'm going to try to make a reasonable and sensible final argument based on the evidence. However, if my recollection is different than yours, rely on your recollection. You are the jury, and you have the power to disregard what any lawyer says if your memory's...
Look, I know Chris Farley passed away, but I was unaware Matt Foley kept going. Dude, this defense attorney looks like he's about to tell the jury that they're going to be living in a van down by the river if it don't go his way. What the hell?
Different. I'm not going to try and misstate the evidence. I'm going to try and state the evidence. Once in a while, lawyers make mistakes, just like anybody else. First thing I'm going to do, have a drink. First thing I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about proof beyond a reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence, because that was left out of the state's argument. And the presumption of innocence, it means what it says. Your duty, your constitutional duty, is as jurors to presume Kim Potter innocent. Not guilty, innocent. That she's innocent. And before you can find her guilty, you must find that each and every
Special.
element
We got to deep dive that topic, bruh.
is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt
Whoa.
means what it says.
Stanley
It's
Dean
the
Baker.
type
I've
of
read
proof
about
you
that.
act upon in your most important affairs of your life. And make no mistake about it, ladies and
That cost, yeah, that
most
cost a
important
life.
affair of my client's life and ours. It's a type of proof, I believe, that 10 years from now, when you look at yourself in the mirror and you say, by golly, I did the right thing when I found Kim Potter not guilty of both counts. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. There's also one other constitutional right that's important, and that is a person's right to a jury trial. A jury trial like this. We have the state prosecuting, we have all government workers, and our forefathers believed that in order to find somebody guilty or not guilty, a jury, a fair jury, should be called, and they are the ones that apply the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's your job. You have to enforce those constitutional rights. That's the constitutional right of a jury trial. Jury of your peers. A fair and honest, unbiased jury. When you're asked in your questionnaire, could you presume somebody innocent? Well, you all answered yes, or you probably wouldn't be on this jury. But when you think about it, which you probably didn't as much then, presumption of innocence is that she didn't do it. And every day of your life before this trial, I can't recall if any one of you has been on a jury before, but every day of your life, you read the paper, you hear on the news, the media, whatever, that they arrested somebody. And in your brain it says, oh, they got the guy. You can't do that here. That's not the law in a courtroom. It's outside.
Bitch, they know that.
In the courtroom, you
He is. He's running them down rabbit holes right now.
That my client is
Because he got nothing.
our client. And that's a very important presumption.
How quick is this going to be, I wonder?
So, and these constitutional
PowerPoint,
rights
dude.
were enacted a long time ago by our forefathers. And what they did to enact them at that time was to protect our freedom, protect our freedom from overreaching government and from biased people and from mob rule. That, hey, you can't lynch that person. We're giving that person a trial. There's no mob rule, and we're going to be fair about it. So that's what we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're giving Ms. Potter a jury trial, and in that jury trial, we're going to presume her innocence, and we're going to require the state to prove each and every element of the crimes. And in doing this, I'm going to sort of categorize here. I'm first going to get out.
Right, Anna? He's almost incoherent. His voice is, he's so bad at speaking to people.
But the first category I'm going to talk about is causation.
Incoherent.
That's the first category. Let's look at the causation in this case. And
I'll be right back, gang.
We have to look at the
Let me keep this
instructions
playing.
of the jury. In the instructions, and there'll be, I got scribbling on there, but you'll get a copy of this back in the jury room, and it's extremely important. The importance is this. I'm going to read it. To cause the death, causing the death or cause the death means that the defendant's act or acts were a substantial causal factor in causing the death of Dante Wright. The defendant is criminally liable for all the consequences of her actions that occur in the ordinary and natural course of events, including those consequences brought about by one or more intervening causes, if such intervening causes were a natural result of the defendant's acts. The fact that other causes contribute to the death does not relieve the defendant of criminal liability. Here's the however, and it's extremely important, particularly when the state argues that Dante Wright had nothing to do with his death, which is absurd. This is, however, the defendant is not, Kim Potter, is not criminally liable if a superseding cause caused the death. What's a superseding cause? Is a cause that comes after the defendant's act, alters the natural sequences of events, and this is the sole cause of a result that would not have otherwise occurred. Let's look at that.
Here's why it would have happened no matter, I mean, look, no, fuck that.
Superseding cause. Let's look at the evidence.
Well, what he's trying to say is that the act of Dante trying to flee is what caused her to puff up and bring that plumage about. And sure, while that might have been the reaction and what caused her to do that, what is on trial here is how she puts her plumage on. She tried to puff up into a sense of authority in a reckless way, and it killed somebody. She's guilty.
Substantial factor. What happened here?
Her reaction to the situation was lethal and illegal.
Spring, April 11th. And
reckless.
An FTO officer, my client, our client, and Mr. Lucky, Officer Lucky, were driving in their town, Brooklyn Center. They see a car that was going into a right turn but then decided to go left. They see the thing on the end windshield or whatever, and they also see that the license plate is...
I just want to point out real quick that we went from a prosecuting attorney that had a PowerPoint and a fairly eloquent argument laid out, a really good closing statement in my opinion, and cut to this guy breathing heavily, raspy voice, covered the podium and in his own words, scribbled on yellow papers. So
it's not registered. My client did say,
garbage defense.
My client did say that she might not have even stopped them. But
garbage
Lucky,
defense.
Officer Lucky, who was a trainee, she was the FTO, wanted to stop him for the thing.
So I understand people like Jameson or special guests kind of maybe assuming or starting off with a bias toward the defense because this lady needs one. The actual defense attorney is garbage.
Hanging on the window. And the registration. He first saw the thing on the window, and then when they got closer, they saw the registration, or they checked on it. In any event, they stopped them. That everybody agreed that was a legal stop. They were doing their job on Sunday afternoon in Brooklyn Center. After they stopped, Lucky and my client got out of the car, Lucky went up to the door. You heard, and you can listen to it again. Hopefully at the right motion, and not slow it down till forever. Do it at regular motion. He goes up there. He's a highbrow, something like that, very nice. Asks him for his insurance and driver's license. I think he tells him something about the thing hanging on the window, on the mirror. And he doesn't have a license. He doesn't have insurance. And he gives him an insurance card with somebody else's name on it. And Lucky smells marijuana and sees some in the car. Well, that's consistent, because as you learned, he smoked a joint with his passenger that morning when they got up early. And I asked what time. 10 o'clock in the morning. It was early for this couple. But after that, they smoked the joint. And what's even more corroborative of that...
Well, Anna, it's actually protocol's call, not the supervisors. Even according to the people above Kim, she acted recklessly in the way she was responding.
Is the forensic pathologist...
But yeah, no, exactly, Anna.
4.3L, I believe it's something like that, is a high reading. So we know now that circumstantial evidence, which you'll see in the instructions, reasonable inference, he has that kind of reading, he's stoned.
He just used pot to try to justify her actions.
He's got marijuana smell in his car. He's got seeds on the floor, shake, Lucky called it. So Lucky goes back to his car.
Exactly, Anna, yeah.
And Kim Potter goes back. They go in the car and they do a warrant check, that's legal, that's proper, that's their job, that's what they're supposed to do. And lo and behold, Dante Wright has a warrant, a bench.
Yeah, this old shithead went back to tried to throw weed at the jury.
Warrant. In other words, he didn't show up in court for a weapons violation. As Lucky said, that raises the antennas. Oh, there might be a gun in this car. And Lucky said, and he grew up in this
stoned. Can you believe he was stoned?
2 in 5 cars have guns in it. So that raises the antenna for these two cops. In the meantime, they called for assistance, which is regular police work. They do that.
Right, Sharinda? I'd be dead 80,000 times over. 80,000 times over, I'd be dead.
And they see that there's marijuana, no license, no insurance, a warrant, a bench warrant for a weapon.
Yeah, so this is why you detain the guy, and if he tries to run, you chase him and bring him in alive. You don't shoot him dead.
And a TRO, or restraining order, where some person
went well outside of her job.
Accused him of harassing him. That's what we had. That's what these police had when they walked out of that car. When the two walked out, Sergeant Johnson was already right there. And they go up to the car. And
right? Reagan wants his platform back.
Kim Potter's axe, Lucky's axe.
He absolutely did, Jameson. He was trying to use pot to, again, take us down a rabbit hole of fucking Dante Wright deserved to be pulled over. Number one, the pot was found after they pulled him over for an air freshener, which she said she shouldn't have stopped him on anyway, and she normally wouldn't have if she wasn't training somebody.
Johnson's acts are all protocol. They did everything right.
Yeah.
And
so in that way, he is
Lucky
using weed to justify the shooting.
He tells.
That's how the crowd reads it.
To get
that's how the jury reads it.
Dante hesitates, says why. I believe the evidence shows, if you listen, if it does show it, that even his passenger said.
But it's also hard to tell what this dude is using for what, because he's so bad at his job.
Go get out of the car. But anyway, he has.
You don't want to do pot. You don't. Hey, there's everybody. Last time I checked, and then you don't, and that's the way you.
He's a bad attorney.
He says why, and then he got out of the car. And Officer Lucky, being a nice guy, I mean, he could have taken him and thrown him against the car and put his knee on his neck. No, he said,
all
put
over
your hands
the place.
behind your
He's
back.
all over the, yeah.
I'm going to handcuff you.
He's bad defense attorney.
And at the same time, Sergeant Johnson says you have, and he wants to know why, you have a warrant. Now,
unfortunately, Jameson, he's attached the 2 points in tandem with his rambling. The escalation and justification for the shoot. He's saying the justification for the shooting was the escalation.
Dante Wright realizes there's a warrant for his arrest.
Yeah.
And he knows what it is. So, within seconds, he all of a sudden breaks away. That's the cause, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's what caused this whole incident. If he would have gone and with the officers, been handcuffed, go to the squad car, go take your ride downtown, and it's over. That is called, as the law states, a superseding cause caused the death. Because everything after that, the officers did, they did to try and restrain him,
It got me heated too, Sharinda.
from leaving. And don't listen to Stout.
Rest in peace, George Floyd.
The guy saying you should just wave at him and say goodbye and let him go with a weapon.
Fuck old man Smithers. For real. Fuck old man Smithers.
He's stoned. You don't let that. That's not
He's stoned. What the fuck does being stoned have to do with it?
Serving the
I'm
public.
stoned too.
They had to stop him. And he watched the video and he's fighting my client, our client. Goes around Lucky and grabs her gun instead of her taser. She thought, and I don't think there's anybody
man Smithers.
here
It cracked me up, Sharinda.
to attest the fact she thought she had a taser. It was within seconds. You watch it. It was chaos. She's going around here, and Johnson, he's in the car now, holding on to the shifter and onto the key, and then he grabs Dante Wright's arm. And you know, I once mentioned in this case, and I got a little giggle, I guess, from the state. I said, what would have happened if that car would have went in reverse? Oh, it wouldn't go in reverse. He couldn't go in reverse because there were squad cars back there. Well, what about if it accidentally, from the park position, accidentally went down to reverse when he was struggling to get it in drive? What would have happened then? A very dangerous situation for everyone, the officers and Wright.
It sucks that that's not how they
they're
present it,
fighting.
Jameson.
They're struggling, whatever you want to call it, and Wright's putting up a good struggle. He doesn't want to go to jail. So, Kim Potter, I got the seconds, where Kim Potter comes around and she says, I'll tase you. Now, all the time before that was police work, good police work, trying to stop him.
You think he was sitting there before he started this closing statement, was like,
Don't worry, Kim. They think they're flashy with their PowerPoint and their concise arguments. I'm going to go up there and give them the real business.
From leaving. And then she comes around and tries to de-escalate, it's called, the situation.
Hold my beer, State.
Thinking that she had her taser. Why didn't he stop? 2 cops are fighting with him. There's another police officer that's saying he's going to tase him. He didn't want to go to jail. He wasn't going to listen to these police officers. 4 seconds later, and you'll see this, and make it chaos, because don't slow motion it, make it at the right speed. She says again, to de-escalate it, to say, hey buddy,
Ricola! Get this man a cop job for real. For real.
He fights, he struggles more. Watch the video. And then, a couple seconds later, I think 3, 4 seconds.
Yeah, we know when it's cool, Jameson. Yeah.
She says, taser,
I agree with Anna.
taser. And he said, okay, stop, I give up. No. Would she have tased him if he ever said that during those seconds? That he was struggling, that he wanted to leave? Would he have said, I'm not going to go, I'm not going, handcuff me, I'll go to jail? No. And that's the cause. That's everything before that the police officers did as they were supposed to. In fact, it was a very procedurally right.
I do too, Sean.
For them. So,
I do too. I love Jameson to death.
Get my notes here. The causation was Dante Wright. And sometimes things happen that are unexpected, but they save a life or they save serious injury. Because when Kim Potter said, taser, 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 that's a signal for the law enforcement officers to take their hands off him, which they did. And then a second later, she shot him, tragically.
Because they're well trained. One guy was in the process of being trained poorly and almost got shot.
But she didn't know she had a gun either. And then he said, you shot me. And being alone, what does he do? Does he stay there and say, hey, help me out? He takes off then. And you see the video, he goes like a jet.
I'm not going to ask the bitch that shot me for help. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, for real, Sharinda. No, he's going to get dragged hard. Yeah, we learned from you, Jameson.
He drives in danger. He's shot. He drives in danger. He really wanted to get away. And what you can reasonably infer from that, you can reasonably infer that he knew he was guilty of that weapons violation. And he didn't want to go to jail and run the risk of a criminal case. He left to get out of there.
Pretty sure he just didn't get caught again.
He was able.
What was that, Justin?
I'm pretty sure he just didn't want to get shot again.
I'm pretty sure he just didn't want to get shot again. That's how I feel about it too. Yeah, I'm not going to hang out and wait for the person that shot me to help me. I don't care if they're dressed like a cop or the Pope or it is Jesus with 2 holes in his hands that shot me. Like hell no. I'm gonna speed off in the opposite in a direction that has the people who shot me not there. So that's fucking hilarious that he even said that. This is some of the worst defense work I think I've seen on this channel so far, and we've seen some doozies, you know? Oof.
Able to leave. He said, you shot me. He drove down. The forensic pathologist.
Why didn't you just wait and get help if you thought you were going to die?
Like, because they're the ones that shot you.
So you heard the crash, I believe. It was about 10 seconds that the crash happened when he took off down the road.
Can't take his voice.
I can't either. This is a really bad.
What's really interesting here, and I don't know, you're probably wondering a little bit too, but why are we watching all this stuff about the car accident? Why is that part of this case? Kim Potter didn't drive that car down there. Kim Potter didn't tell him to drive that car down there. He, on his own volition, while he was live, drove down.
This old white man, dude. Again,
why didn't Trayvon Martin ask George Zimmerman for help?
It's like, dude, why didn't George Floyd just calmly turn around and say, hey, I can't breathe, friend? What the fuck is this dude talking about? What the fuck is this dude talking about? Like, he lost me the moment he said that shit, and I'm gonna put money surely the jury is like, what the fuck is he talking about at this point? Stanody says, I feel like everyone is overcomplicating the situation. He died because of her untrained actions. Yeah, because of her reckless actions, Stanody. And again, that's what's on trial here. Yeah, absolutely.
Down there.
She was trained, and that's the problem.
Exactly. She was trained. She's well trained and actually fresh off some training when she did this.
Should have stayed. Maybe he would have had some medical.
Ooh, I feel like a hung jury is coming. Wild, Sean.
From the officers Potter, Lucky, and Johnson. Think about it. Yet they show all of this. They show the poor ladies, the lady, Miss Lundgren, and her husband's and physical health, bad physical health. They show that. They show her daughter, and it's all got nothing to do with this case. But you know why? You know why they're doing that? They're trying to run you down the rabbit hole, as she says. They want sympathy. They want sympathy. They want to blame that on our client. Think about it.
I agree with Jameson. He said Paul Inf should be handling the closing, and he should be. This guy should, yeah. Earl Grey, was hired to dismantle the mother's testimony, which the public doesn't agree. Yeah. But most lawyers believe he did. Yeah, I don't think he dismantled the mother's testimony either. And yeah, I agree with the public sentiment in that regard. I think Earl Grey is well past his time. He probably needs to go ahead and retire. I don't think he's of. Look, man, if Miles Davis just kept making, like all blues. Let's say just Miles Davis only made all blues and just kept remaking all blues, kept re-releasing all blues. Miles Davis wouldn't be celebrated like he is today. You have to grow. In anything you do, you have to learn and adapt to the new school. When society throws a hurdle up, if you want to get your point across and you want to make it over that hurdle, you jump that hurdle. This guy showing up with his yellow scribbled on notes and his bad voice, it's not working. It's not working for anybody.
How could she be
It's definitely not working in favor of Kim Potter, in my opinion.
at fault for that? He purposely decided to
And it's because this guy's stuck in 1968.
drive away.
A 1960s cartoon, to be specific.
To be specific, a 1960s cartoon, yes. Well said.
That's the superseding cause. The judge will instruct you.
Somewhere between Foghorn Leghorn and Matt Foley from SNL.
As it is here, it's the last sentence. I'm not saying something that's not there. A superseding cause comes after
Yeah, good tea, bad lawyer.
Legal. Everything she did was legal. And then he tries to break away. And consciously, she thought she was doing the right thing. So the state, that's an element too, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that, but...
Right, Sharinda? It seems like he would be old school enough to say some old honky stuff like that.
The defendant caused the death of Dante Wright. Kim Potter caused the death of Dante Wright. The death of Dante Wright was caused by the defendants committing a reckless handling of a use of firearm. Caused. And that's in the second elements of manslaughter 2. The defendant caused the death of Dante Wright. So I could stop right here, because if you presume what you have to do, if you presume that she did not cause the death, what you have to do by the presumption of innocence, did they prove beyond a reasonable
right,
doubt
Jameson.
that she caused this death?
By the
No.
way,
Dante Wright caused his own death, unfortunately.
No, we didn't.
But those are the cold, hard facts, the evidence. So I could sit down now.
Trying to run away from the police implies that you want to live to see a time where you aren't being chased by police. Just want to point that out.
Now, because they didn't prove that element, but we're going a little bit further. I apologize, it'll be a little longer. And the second issue that I'd like to talk about is the authorized use of force. And the authorized use of deadly force is...
Which she did not have in this moment by any grounds of her by her own rules.
First defense, and the state has to prove that they have the burden, and I'm going to read it to you. The defendant is not guilty of a crime if he used deadly force as authorized by law. This is important. To prove guilt, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's use of deadly force was not authorized by law. And when you look at that, you also look at the presumption of innocence. And you must presume that she had a right, authorized use of deadly force, that she had a right to do it. That's the presumption of innocence, and the state has a burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did not. And the other interesting factor that wasn't mentioned is that you can't hindsight these things. You can't say to the officer, well, now, wait a minute. You didn't spark your gun or your taser. You went to all those training sessions, so you should have known it was a taser, a gun, not a taser. It's not should have known. And we'll get to that. But let's first look at defendant's authorized
That's
use of
what
deadly
that training is for.
Exactly. Jameson just made a good point in the text chat. Why is this not structured better? You should know your closing better than your birthday. Exactly. This is what I kind of mean by this isn't going to go well for Kim. This isn't a fair defense, in my opinion. It's another bad defense attorney.
First off, there was a vague argument that the officers are a family. So they're lying. They're not telling the truth. They're helping Kim Potter out. They're a family. Come on. You saw all of these officers. Were they professional? Yes, they're college graduates. They came before you and told the truth. They weren't impeached by anything.
Most con men are
A family?
Yep.
Major Johnson is no longer in Brooklyn Center. He's down in, I believe,
Homie's assistant could have delivered a better closing argument than Gray.
Goodhue County, down in Red Wing. He's a major down there, head of patrol. Is he the kind of guy that would lie about something? No. And the other officers.
Right, Jameson? He's done it several times. He'll have a cadence, and then he'll drop like a by the way, or a if you didn't know, or as you should know. Like, you don't say those kinds of things to a jury. You don't say those kinds of things in sales.
The commander. Is he part of the family? No, he knows her. He thinks he's a good cop. So to argue that these police officers gave their opinion because they wanted to protect Kim Potter, they know what
these are confrontational
they know what perjury is.
Statements made in a cadence that are subconscious releases.
That's going down the rabbit hole, I believe. In any event,
Potter, ask for your money back.
Auto accident, and there's this one.
I did this pro bono, corn pop.
Picture, I believe, and Dante Wright was lying on the ground. I think there were 6 or 7 police officers around him trying to revive him.
Special came in hot. He preheated his oven. He says, this guy appears as if he spent 25 years writing a desk at a federal agency, hated by all his coworkers and never managing to fail good enough to fail up. Yeah. Kim Potter and the chamber is loaded is a quote Special just dropped.
These officers aren't thugs.
Crazy.
You've seen these officers. To say that they would color their testimony to help their friend out is outrageous. It's simply not fair. And as far as the authorized use of force, they paraded their own witnesses, the state's witnesses, Major Johnson. I asked him, well, were you in danger? I can't remember exactly what I asked him, but basically to show that he was in grave danger or might get killed by him wrestling with Wright while leaning over the car. Maybe he wasn't sitting in the car, but he's 6'2", leaning over and grabbing that shifter and grabbing his arm.
Jameson says, referring to this closing statement, the material is good. It's all they have to go off of, but it's losing a lot of power by the way by the way of the presentation. This presentation is bad.
Get that shifter going.
He shouldn't have been the person to deliver the closing statement.
The worst would be death. If he took off like he did as a jet, the least would be serious injury.
Jameson, he did.
And when I asked him that...
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we have to take he needs to change his Depends break. You know what I mean? Like, homie might be incontinent at this point. He's definitely incompetent as a defense attorney, in my opinion. He's too old. You got to change. You got to adjust to the modern standards. You got to adjust. Look, what good are you as a defense attorney if you can't plead a case to the public? If you can't sway the public? And then you're fucking, something you're supposed to pride yourself in. It's not necessarily your job. You got to persuade a judge or a jury. But public opinion matters. And this dude is bad PR for everyone he's representing. Everything he's representing. The ideals in which he's representing. There's a lot of thin blue line, crazy alt-right people who are really depending on this dude to show up and deliver. And he's not. And, while I'm happy about that, I bet they're pretty upset about that. Kim Potter and the prisoner of the Brooklyn House of Detention. What? Special? Word.
What did he say? And this wasn't contrived. It wasn't, no evidence that it was made up.
Think he might need a diaper change. Someone call his diaper daddy.
60966, which is in the
Get him, Stan Odie.
That on deadly force, he cited the statute. That's what he believed. That was his
Get him.
take, and he was there. He wasn't.
Kim Potter in the Goblet of Friendly Fire. Special. Ooh, that got me. I just now got that you were giving me Harry Potter titles. I just now got the joke. That is hilarious.
In Florida, watching a video, he was there. He was the man leaning over and struggling with this guy. And when you're taken by surprise,
yeah, word, Jameson.
All common sense, reasonable infer. When you're taken
all
by
about
surprise,
structure,
like Ray
yeah.
did, and you're relaxed before that, and you're doing these things, and all of a sudden he won't give up.
Johnny Knoxville's head got big even with the prosthesis on, dude. Even if you take that prosthesis off, his head's still big, dude. Bad Grandpa 4 is weird. These outtakes are wild.
That's chaos. That's chaos. And Johnson was in there.
Well, you
Stalin
know,
can say what he wants, but what did James say after hearing the testimony of Johnson? No question that Officer Potter had a right to use deadly force. Even though she didn't know she was using it, she had a right to. And that's what the law is. And they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did not have a right. And what do? The only person they call is Stoughton, the $95,000 contract a year guy.
Yes, that sounds
Stoughton,
familiar, Special.
Who is not a cop for 15
70s, 80s?
He was a police officer 5 years and doesn't remember if he ever had a cross.
Chicago?
You wanted to talk about
Central and
field training.
Southside?
It's hard to believe our state of Minnesota would do that. Would hire some guy like that, and you compare him against James, 40-some years as a cop, all the things he's accomplished in his life. And Stoughton, and you have a right, there's an instruction, you have a right to compare the believability. You can look at that instruction here about experts. You ever...
Wait, did this lawyer invent the game Jump to Conclusions from Office Space? Says Special Guest. Oh, Southside. Yeah, he must have. This sounds like a fucking fever dream. It really does. It's hard to follow this guy. This structure is garbage. It's like the structure of an Ambien riddled sleepwalker. Like, this is wild to watch. I've heard a more coherent argument from one of the homeless smack addicts down the road as to why I'm Jesus. So what's going on? Weird.
Yes, I don't know. He gets paid. He can be paid up to
Yeah, put him to bed.
$95,000.
He's sundowning.
Our expert, he doesn't charge. He chooses not to charge. He drove up here having a heart surgery 2 weeks ago. That's how strong he believes.
Yes,
in the fact
Special.
that she could use deadly force.
Special, in my opinion, the satanic panic, just to kind of branch off into conversation in the chat here with Special. Yes, I believe that it started in the 70s with the Jesus freaks. At the end of the 60s, you saw, the heavy Jesus freak moment, and then people kind of leave their yogis, or cults pop up off of yogis.
I forgot about that song, and you just reminded me of it. Damn it.
Which song? What? Sorry.
There's a song called Jesus Freak.
Oh, that's...
and it's real bad.
That's right. I remember. That's right. There's a song called Jesus Freak. But yeah, no, there was it's referred to as the Jesus Freak movement, I recall. And it happened hard. I think that goes hand in hand with Satanic Panic. When you had that show up, you had it also, like, the Satanic Panic stuff show up. All on the West Coast is where I saw stories of it happening. At the same era, you saw people, giving up all their money and possessions and joining these strange monastic cults. You also had testimony from children
who were apparently being abused by what would, from an outside perspective, look like a Catholic church, but was in fact a satanic cult running out of the suburbs. This was a problem on the West Coast apparently for a while. So, yeah, sorry to sidetrack, guys. We're going to hop back into the defense's closing statements about halfway through the 4th hour here. So, thank you guys for tuning in, and I love you all. And keep going. Keep going in this.
Lucky. He also, he was here. He was in it. He was involved in this struggle.
I like how right when I come back, he gives his most hard to understand.
Who's you got to, and then this motherfucker
said,
Officer Lucky.
Kim Potter isn't going to jail. She's not going to jail. That's what he said. In his opinion, Kim had a right to use deadly force. But we don't stop there. Then we have Fleslin. Garrett Fleslin, a commander. Been in the Navy 10 years, 21 years as a police officer. He's the commander at Brooklyn Center. And he said, on the hypothetical I gave him, and it was a hypothetical exactly.
Get off my
You can
lawn.
check your notes, you can remember his testimony. The same hypothetical that happened at this scene. And he said, yes, she could use deadly force in that situation. That's 2 of their witnesses. Then we've got Gannon. We call Gannon the chief of police, ladies and gentlemen, a man who was in the Marine Corps, a man who fought in battle for our country, a man who wanted to give Kim Potter due process, and he got terminated for it. Think about it. He takes a stand. He gets the same hypothetical. Yes, deadly force. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did not have a right to deadly force. We've just proven through 3 witnesses that she did under this circumstance. Do any of those officers, Chief Gannon, he doesn't work there anymore. The major doesn't work there. The commander, he isn't too worried about his job. Are they the kind of individuals that would lie, that would give a false opinion? No. Think about it. Look at the,
Selling
look at
Kool-Aid.
the instruction on that. But we're not done there.
His voice makes me want to respond to him as if I'm Corey Feldman from the movie The Burbs with Tom Hanks. Like, his voice makes me want to be like, hey man, I'm just trying to eat some pizza, dude. Like, I'm trying, like, it brings out the inner fuck with the boomer in me. And as you guys know, I've made a concerted effort to generalize less. And I gotta say, this guy is like the epitome of why I used to not like his generation. Like, particularly verbally, just the lack of give a fuck. Like, this seems like the kind of guy who would also, if you were to disagree with him out on the street, he might be like, you need to respect your elders. Be like, hey man, you need to quit wheezing on my cheese, bruh. And you're like, I don't even know what you kids are saying.
There's 2 absolute reasons why she's not
Jameson
guilty.
says, I keep thinking
Absolute.
about how they declined Alan Dershowitz off.
She didn't cause this.
Special, yes. Okay, so Jameson, Special, let me explain why I think they turned down Dershowitz and opted for, like, Gray in this situation is because Dershowitz, look, if there's one thing I know about Dershowitz, he shows up and he'll offer pro bono, but he'll say it's pro bono because I'm going to lead it and we're going to do it this way. And I guarantee I fucking would put money that Dershowitz, his strategy that he presented to them that they turned down was attacking Dante Wright's character. I think Dershowitz presented the wrong strategy, something antithetical to what would actually do good for her defense, because that's just how Dershowitz seems to be. He loves to attack character. He's very much from the old school. That's my opinion as to why they didn't hire Dershowitz, and I think that was a good move on their part because it's just the wrong player, man. You don't really need that card in your deck for this case, in my opinion. I think it would set them back, you know.
and she had a right to use deadly force. We proved it. And all we have to do is establish reasonable doubt.
Oh, with the Epstein accusations. Also a very good point, Jameson. I forgot that Dershowitz is on the logs.
The third reason
Yeah.
that there's an acquittal here and not guilty is because of the statutes. And
I think that definitely I think probably all of the above then played into why Dershowitz isn't there. Dershowitz wouldn't be good for anybody right now, then it sounds like.
a little bit on the elements. Let's look at those elements a minute, and let's rely on what the language, what words mean. So we go to, I'll get it. We go to first the reckless use of a firearm. We've already talked about the cause of death. That's one element they didn't prove. But there's also two definition of reckless. You'll see when you read these. And a person acts recklessly if under the totality of the circumstances she commits a conscious or intentional act in connection with the handling or use of a firearm. Conscious. Conscious, we all know, means being aware you have the firearm. You have to be aware of it. How could you recklessly handle it if you don't know you have it? And there's no evidence that she knew. Every piece of circumstantial evidence, I'll tase you, taser, taser. She didn't know she had a weapon. She didn't know she had a gun. And that's what the element says, conscious. She wants to talk, the state wants to talk, well, she had all this training. She should have known. No, it's at this point that she knew she had a gun. How can you recklessly, consciously handle a gun if you don't know you have it? If because of the exigent circumstances, the emergency, whatever it was, the mistake, it's totally believable and totally true that she didn't know she had her gun. She never shot her gun in 26 years. Never even shot the taser. And you might think, oh, geez, probably a lazy cop. Really? How many volunteer programs was she involved in when she was working at Brooklyn Center? No, it's a good cop, and all the officers said so. But the person acts recklessly if under the totality of circumstances she commits a conscious or intentional act.
Yeah.
And then you go.
Oh, hey, good to have you, Sharinda. We'll see you again. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody, show some love to Sharinda. That was it's my favorite work friend and one of my favorite friends, period.
They're authorized to use deadly force, and it's in here. It's
a murky mommy with the mostest, dude.
Officer in the same situation would believe to be necessary. To determine whether or not the actions of the police officer were necessary, you must look at those facts known to the police officer.
You have a good one, Sharinda. Thank you so much again. Special guest says, so if he has an aneurysm right now, does she get a retrial? Because if so, I'd be trying scanners on my own lawyer as hard as possible if I were her. Oh, love you to death, Sharinda. Hey, and I'm going to get you hooked up with Alley Cattails, and we're going to talk about investments in the future, and I got some friends to connect you with. Hey, and happy holidays. That's right. Hey, kiss that new cute baby right on. Wait, I say new. Kiss your cute babies on the forehead for me. The No Uncle Merk says hello, even though they don't know they probably don't know who I am. Give him a smooch anyway. See, Jameson says, honestly, he's doing poor, but I don't think this is a case where better counsel would yield a better legal outcome. This is a pretty fact-based case where people have to form their own conclusions. Yeah.
Precise
I see that element, Jameson. I just
split second.
I definitely think that when the fact that this is in front of a jury, I think this is, if I had to gamble on those jurors, I'd probably say that this guy's not doing any favors for the defense.
And circumstances are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. How could she recklessly handle a firearm when, in that situation, she didn't even know she had one? And the element, you'll read it when you get in there, the two elements of reckless handling, she commits a conscious or intentional act. Well, let's go on to the next crime. You might ask yourself, why is she charged with these crimes? But that's for another day. We don't talk about that. But the next crime, manslaughter in the second degree, the defendant caused the death of Daunte Wright. She didn't. By culpable negligence, whereby the defendant created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm. She could not consciously take a chance of causing death or great bodily harm if she didn't know she had a gun. You'll get this in there. It's the second element. Read it. They have to prove that element beyond reasonable doubt, and they don't have it. They have no conscious evidence in this case.
He is Jameson. He is.
That she had a fire.
Again, it's almost a classical form in which he is using to execute his closing statement, and by that I mean it's the classical. I mean it's played out. It's old. It doesn't work anymore. It's not up to the times of this actual trial, in my opinion. And yeah, he's doing it almost like a professor. Reminds me of Criminal Law 1L. Yeah, he is. He's definitely presenting this as if he's a professor, and I don't think. I'm gonna gamble that the jury probably doesn't like that. I don't think most. I mean, let's say the jury's stacked with lay people. Lay people do not, regular cats do not like this kind of statement. Like you're seeing with the crowd here, we just don't like this kind of thing. He didn't execute his statement. He assassinated it. So get him special. Yeah, the case deserved better than Mr. Gray, in my opinion. Even though, again, like I've said, I'm biased toward the prosecution. I think Kim Potter is guilty. She deserves better than that much on mic, on air, paper ruffling.
Next area, another basis for acquittal for not guilty is the simple answer, mistake. She made a mistake. The company that makes tasers recognizes that they, even though they do all these things to guard against it, they have the police officers sign a piece of paper saying that they understand this and that. They do that so they don't get sued, but you could be trained forever, and under exigent circumstances, you can end up making a mistake. We called Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller, we didn't hear anybody saying he wasn't a professional psychologist who deals in mistakes like he did. He talked about the brain power. I'm not going into all that. Frankly, I didn't understand all of it, but I do understand this, that in the walk of life, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. And some of those mistakes are small mistakes, but some of them are very serious. And she obviously made a mistake. It's called an action error. He explained that, how the brain, the dominant brain, takes over the other brain, and you draw your gun instead of your taser. And they mentioned doctors. I've never heard of a doctor being charged with making a mistake. And we know, common sense, history tells you that they've made many, and many have caused death. Many have caused serious injuries. They're doctors.
Special guest quotes, "Frankly, I didn't understand all of it." Oh, that's where he put the coup de grace on his statement with a verbal 12 gauge. That is true. He did. He basically just kicked his own statement down at the knees, put a 12 gauge to its head, and pulled the fucking trigger. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen more misspeaking in a closing statement. Certainly not on this show. Not since we've been doing a talk show. Have we seen a defense attorney this out of sync with the world?
I suppose the lawyers make mistakes. If you make a mistake and you're under the pressure of a trial and you're defending somebody and you make a mistake, what happens? Your client ends up in prison.
Jameson just says, "I don't think she'll be convicted because it's just a factual statement that juries acquit people who are remorseful more often than the public believes. Though damn, I'm not as confident as last night." Yeah. No, I've known that about juries too, and that's why I've been kind of, I think the fact that I felt like the prosecution did a good job throwing her remorsefulness right in front of the bus and then right underneath it and hitting it with every tire. But we'll see.
That's the kind of pressure you have. And you think about it, ever since, man, everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect, ladies and gentlemen. And this lady here made a mistake. And my gosh.
This lady right here.
A mistake is not a crime. It just isn't. It just isn't in our freedom-loving country that we're going to put you in jail for a mistake you made.
Oh, I'm so pumped, Stan.
Even though you took all the training, even though you did everything, you made a mistake. And what does the taser people say?
Especially because you took all the training.
Exactly.
Well, if they do recognize it, let me ask you a question. Why do they have the taser shaped like a gun? They have yellow on it and all that stuff, but why is it shaped like a gun? Why isn't it a flashlight? Why is it in a holster on their belt? Why isn't it up here by their chest? Think about it. Why? Because they can sell more of them if it's shaped like a gun in a holster. Of course, they're in marketing. They're marketing it.
I'm sending this to special guest Stan O'Dean.
So,
this is hilarious.
And when you look at that mistake that she made, you look at the character witnesses we called. And character witnesses weren't there. They've just known Kimberly Potter for many years, and they think the world of her. And they say that she's a peaceful person, not a bully.
That's hilarious, Stan O'Dean. Sorry, that was hilarious.
She's never
I'll post it to the Discord.
been accused of a abuse of force, of being a bully cop in 26 years. That's a record. Believe that. She's peaceful. And she's a law-abiding person. You heard the witnesses. One witness said she was like my mother when he was a neighbor of hers. And one of the reasons that you are a good person throughout your life is when something like this happens. When you're falsely accused of a crime and you're innocent, you go back and you...
Sean says someone will hold out to save her. Anna says, yeah, we've seen that with Rittenhouse. Sean, I see hung too or acquittal. Yeah, I'm interested to see how long the deliberations will take.
Oh my gosh, I've been a good person all my life.
Really
I
interested
want
to
to get
see
some people
where
that
this
know
goes.
me and have them tell the jury that I'm a good person. That's one of the reasons you are a good person. You want to rely on your reputation. And on, by the way, in the instructions you get, there's a instruction. Character evidence. In case you've heard, excuse me, in case you have heard evidence as to the character of the defendant, you should consider such evidence with all the other evidence in the case in determining whether or not the prosecution has proven the defendant's guilt.
By the way, yep.
So, our law...
He's using these confrontational things at the jury. It's no good. It's no good. It's a bad plan.
Character evidence is important in a criminal case. Finally, and I'm almost done. Don't clap.
God.
We have Kim Potter. She testified. You saw her. I don't believe...
Aneurysm.
In your notes, I wrote it down somewhere here that they claim she admitted something. I contest that. Look at your notes. Kim Potter took the stand, and she said she saw Johnson, that she saw him and he had a look on his face she'd never seen before. And that was right before she said, taser, taser. Now, they want to argue that the body-worn camera, if we run it real slow, you can't see that. Well, of course you can.
Right?
The body-worn camera is here.
Yeah, having to really push caffeine to stay awake with this argument.
She can still see in the car That's an outrageous argument. It makes no sense at all. They're relying on the slow motion.
Get him special.
Body-worn camera, not the fast speed. If you saw it in fast speed, it's chaos. And then she tells you about why she became a police officer. She became a police officer because when she was grade school, a police officer, she knows his name, Mike McGee, came to school and talked about bicycles. She decided that day to be a police officer. She was a school officer, letting elementary kids walk across the street when she was in junior high. She was an explorer in high school, continued to be an explorer, went to college at St. Mary's, took law enforcement and sociology, and took the training. First worked at the Anoka State Hospital.
She's not living in a van down by the river like everyone else was.
26 years, ladies and gentlemen.
Bunch of bums.
26 years.
By the way.
Victims and domestics. Going to the death of officers and handling that. Crisis intervention. All of these things she did, and there's other ones I'm not going to. That she was very interested in helping people. And that's a sign of good character. Does that tell you that she did not know she had a gun? Of course it does. Does that tell you that she used reasonable force, deadly force, because she saw Johnson? She didn't know she had a gun, but she did shoot her taser. And by the way, there is an instruction in here about using the taser. And the reason that's there is because I believe
the bore is strong with this one.
Said that
she needs Matlock. She needs Matlock bad. Special guest, like, what is he even trying to say here? It's become like a Lunesta commercial. Like, dude, you are a Ambien victim.
Oh, she couldn't even use non-deadly force. It doesn't.
Somebody put whiskey in his fucking sleep apnea machine.
Instructions. But it will also tell you about non-deadly force. And Stoughton, he would say, no, you can't use non-deadly force, you can't use a taser. You have to just let him go.
Just shits himself and dies.
Does that make sense, ladies and gentlemen? So that's why that's there. Because Stoughton said that.
He did special.
Credibility of
bad.
So is his plan to confuse half of the people and put the other half to sleep?
I think it was. Special guest just said, like, bro, use basic grammar and sentence structure. It's a court case. Hey, special guest has to head out. Hey, you have a good one, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no.
Don't you basically have to have an English degree to even become a lawyer?
Yeah, I mean, functionally, you need to know legalese for sure. You got to pass the bar, minimum. So he can read English and knows how to write a fucking essay. So I don't know how the hell this has even happened. Been a long time, probably more life lived between law school and right now for this guy. And you know, this is the statement of a very confident old man. You know. Bro's in here delivering a closing statement like E.E. Cummings. E.E. Cummins says, special guest. This feels like when my grandpa would start rambling about his day and we'd all just act like we weren't listening to the same story we've heard 1,000 times. Exactly. That's exactly how this feels.
Oh, that's so cool, Grandpa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We remember, Grandpa. You know, this law student is how we lose the jury. Exactly.
That's it. I'm done, ladies and gentlemen.
He's done. Thank God.
I probably will sit down and.
When I paused this, I had no clue that there was. Like, and he knows he's bad at closing statements. He joked about it.
Remember 10 other things I should have said, but.
Who says that?
I'm finished. The Potter family thanks you for listening to this case. It's a very emotional case, but you have to look at the law and the evidence about Did she have a right to use deadly force? Of course she did. Whether she knew it or not, all those officers said that. She didn't know she had a gun, so how could she consciously, recklessly handle one? And
how could that have happened?
In the first one, causation.
Oh.
Everything they were doing as good police officers until Dante Wright took it upon himself to flee. He even left after he was shot, purposely. So, on behalf of my client and her family, Mr. Ng and myself, and Amanda Montgomery, the brains behind the operation, we thank you for your careful attention in this case. And if you look at the evidence, the believable evidence, and follow the judge's instructions, it's not a difficult case. They failed in every element, miserably failed. And I hope that you come to the fair conclusion of not guilty based on the evidence. Kim Potter isn't guilty of these crimes. Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute break before the state's rebuttal, okay?
Oof. 10-minute break if you got them, smoke them. I'm just kidding. We're going to, the jury's going to step out for deliberation. We're going to round the show down, but it's time for a celebratory that old man's done hit. I thought he was about to speak again when he came back up. Oof. Oof, I don't want that. I don't think any of us want that. Lordy, lordy. Well, goodness. We've heard the closing statements. Are we going to get a rebuttal? Let's see here. Better believe, here we go. Here we go. Let's get the rebuttal real quick. What we got from the state?
Conduct. That's what this case is about. This case is about a...
Back up just a smidge. Let's hear this from the jump. Yeah, the state's going to chew him up. This is going to be bad. I got a feeling this is going to get gnarly. Cue fireworks, cue laser show.
The state may proceed with rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the jury, Dante Wright was shot to death by a gun in the hand of a highly trained police officer veteran.
Trained on our tax dollars.
That is what this case is about.
Just thought I'd say that we paid for it.
No matter how hard the defense tries to recharacterize the case, distract you from the law and the actual evidence of the defendant's conduct, that's what this case is about. This case is about a 26-year veteran police officer who trained every year on the use of her gun. She had to qualify every year on the use of her gun to keep her license, who trained every year since 2002 on the use and handling of a taser, training that included the concept of weapons confusion and wearing it on the other side from your handgun, training that included proficiency. You heard Sergeant Peterson explain that means being able to draw the taser and handle it. Who had years and years of wearing and drawing that taser from her left side. Who during this incident had two officers with her who were subduing Mr. Wright. Who, whether it was a good idea or not, decided to use her taser. But who instead disregarded those years of training and practice, pulled her gun with her right hand instead of her taser with her left hand, thought enough to give the verbal warnings, but not enough to realize, to be aware, she was pulling her gun. My review of the video, you rely on your own review of the video, but she has her gun in her hand, pulled out of the taser. For
This guy's not the best either.
7 seconds.
Barely sleepies.
Somewhere between 5 and
But
6 of those seconds.
thorough
she has it held out in front of her.
presenting facts.
And then she shot Mr. Wright in the chest from a foot or two away.
And well structured.
There's no mistake defense. You will not see an instruction on the defense of mistake. The judge will not give you an instruction that says a person is not guilty if they commit a mistake. That's not the law, no matter how often the defense says mistake. How can you recklessly handle a firearm? That's exactly the point. Right? She pulled her handgun instead of her taser. And that was her apparent intention, was to pull the taser. That's recklessly handling a firearm. That's how. These alleged crimes are based on recklessness, the reckless handling of a firearm by a highly trained professional who is trained to know about the risk of confusing a taser for a gun, or the other way around, and who pulled her gun and shot Dante Wright. These alleged crimes are based on a trained police officer's conduct in deciding to use a weapon,
Yeah.
being aware of the risks of drawing the wrong weapon, and then disregarding the risks and shooting Dante Wright to death. Being aware of the risk. That's what the law is in this case. Now, you have heard testimony about whether Potter's decision to use her taser was reasonable or appropriate. The judge has given you a definition of reasonable force, reasonable use of non-deadly force, in case you want to consider that testimony and the legal requirements about her decision to use a taser. Mr. Gray, I guess, criticized us for putting in evidence about the crash and the Lundgrens. Here in this trial, that testimony was offered to you to show exactly what officers are trained to think about collateral danger, right? Shooting somebody who's in a position to operate a vehicle, officers have to think about that. And it's exactly what happened here. Except Officer Potter did it with her gun by shooting Dante Wright in the chest. That's why that evidence was offered. When you consider the defense argument, incidentally, here for a moment, think about criticizing us for putting in evidence that has relevance to the issues. But the defense put in character evidence about Miss Potter and concluded with that, arguing to you that she's a good person. What's the relevance of that testimony? She may be. What's the relevance to the issues in this case? Mentioning that Mr. Gannon was a Marine, and I think...
Obviously, character evidence is relevant.
The objection is overruled.
Mr. Gannon has served as a Marine, and I thank him for his service. I'm sure we all do, and it's impressive. He pointed it out to you today. What's the relevance of that testimony? Anyway, ultimately, you really may not have to decide whether her decision to try to use a taser was reasonable, because that is not a defense to the charges.
Yeah, no.
It's right in the judge's instructions. It's not a defense because the conduct at issue in this case is firing the gun that killed Dante Wright. Whether her decision to use a taser was reasonable, appropriate, wise, may be considered by you to determine, based on the totality of circumstances, her entire course of conduct. But it is not a defense to her use of deadly force, what she actually used. I'm going to
I just ran into Jason Herrera.
Raised in the defense
Oh, hell yeah. How's he doing?
the argument about using
Good. He says he's going to check out the tattered map when he's able.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yeah. I'd love to have Jason up in the YouTube sometime.
Based on a contention that Sergeant Johnson was in a position.
Love him to death. Everybody check out Jason Herrera on all streaming music platforms, iTunes, Spotify, everything. He has a delicious solo record out. He's a guitar slinger, man.
Her conduct, the facts that would have been known to her, and her testimony. This defense argument about the use of deadly force, when she herself has said at the scene she did not mean to use deadly force, is a justification, an after-the-fact justification to avoid consequences she acknowledged immediately out there on the street. The judge has told you to use your common sense in deciding the issues and the believability of witnesses. Common sense tells us all that often when people try to make up justifications later for things they have done, the justifications fall apart because they just can't line up with the facts. The facts exist. You have seen them. And if they can't be hidden or obscured, they render the justification incredible. Here's a simple illustration, I think, of what I mean by that. Ms. Potter wants you to believe that Mr. Wright was not in a position to operate the vehicle so as to justify her use of the taser. Because if he's not in a position to operate the vehicle, it's okay to taser him. They brought in Mr. Imes to tell you that. And they had people say, well, he wasn't in a position to operate the vehicle. But yet, they also, Ms. Potter wants you to believe that he was in a position to operate the vehicle to justify deadly force to protect Sergeant Johnson and Officer Lucky. Those things are inconsistent. And that's the problem with trying to create justifications later. Now, which is it? The evidence will tell you which it is. Ms. Potter did not believe that the use of deadly force was necessary to protect anybody. She just wanted to keep Dante Wright from fleeing a traffic stop her probationer had initiated. Mr. Gray is right. The state has to prove that Ms. Potter's use of deadly force was not authorized. He's right, that's our burden. You'll see that in the instruction, plain as day. That instruction also says that deadly force is authorized only if a reasonable officer, knowing what the officer knew at the time of using force, would have believed deadly force was necessary to prevent great bodily harm or death. Potter's assertion now that she could have used deadly force to protect the officers is simply not supported by the evidence. First, consider the testimony from Lucky, Johnson, even if you will, Flesland, Gannon. Those statements, that testimony, simply lacks credibility. Look at the videos. You believe your eyes. Look at the videos. Watch them in real time. That's fine.
Yeah. I'll be honest, slowing them down didn't bother me at all.
Slow them down so you could understand what's being...
It reminds me of the pinch and zoom kerfuffle during the Rittenhouse trial. Like the fact that this guy even brought up the fact that we watched that footage in slow-mo. Like, yeah, she was probably in bullet time too, dude. What the fuck? It's just a weird thing for the defense to bring up amongst the forest of weird things he brought up that we all had to...
Call it bullet time for a reason.
Exactly. It's like this is how she was processing things. And again, like I hold firm that I think she's remorseful and didn't necessarily mean to, but again, that right there is me, and that means I think she's guilty of using her firearm recklessly and not following protocol. Straight up.
But sure, watch them in your own time. I agree with that. But you can believe what you see in those videos. What you see in those videos is Dante Wright never assaulted these officers. The characterization of fighting and struggling is not supported by the evidence. Those are just terms used, not supported by the evidence. He was trying to flee, no doubt about it. But he was not struggling or fighting with these officers. He simply pulled away, tried to operate the car. He never even threatened the officers. Nobody has disputed those facts. You saw in the video during the testimony of Sergeant Johnson that he had control of the car and Dante Wright. He reached in, tall man, standing firmly on the ground next to the car, leaned against Elena Albrecht Payton, who obviously didn't put up any resistance to an officer of his size, didn't put up any resistance, so leaned against her, put his right hand on the shift knob.
Yeah,
and you can
exactly,
watch that
Anna.
video and see Dante Wright's hands reaching for
Where'd
the
my
shift
chat
knob.
go?
But he can't move it because Sergeant Johnson has control of that shift knob, and he's reaching up to shut the car off. During that time, Sergeant Johnson says something to Elena Albrecht Payton, something like, "Just stay back." Listen to the calmness in his voice. You know, is that the voice of an officer with a look of terror on his face that a 26-year police veteran had never seen before? Then, Sergeant Johnson stays in the vehicle, not in the vehicle, leaning in, and he takes his hand off the shift knob and is able to grab Dante Wright's right arm with both of his hands and pulls Mr. Wright's right arm over in front of Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. He's not concerned about being dragged. He's subduing Dante Wright. And he's doing that because he assumes Lucky on the other side is going to grab the other arm and they're going to be able to handcuff him. That's what his testimony was. Spotter's trying to make much of Johnson's testimony. Remember that these were leading questions.
Hey, welcome, Jason. Speak of the devil, baby. Hell yeah. We were just plugging you. Yeah. Jason Herrera on all music platforms, guys. Spotify, iTunes, YouTube. Check them out. Like, subscribe, share.
These were leading questions put to
Be sure to check out Jason. I'm telling you, you guitar slingers, you're going to like Jason's work. You're going to love it.
Halfway in the car.
I'll share it in the Discord.
Of the question. Rely on your own. Sergeant Johnson wasn't halfway into the car. At the time of the shot, he was all the way over to the passenger side, securing Mr. Wright's right arm. He had control over Dante Wright. The only time Sergeant Johnson became concerned is when Potter used her taser, said she was going to use her taser. Recall that Officer Lucky testified.
Oh, I see, Anna.
And with rapid succession of leading questions, they asked him, well, if you had been in the car, you could have been dragged and hurt. He said, yeah.
Two other people could have been shot.
Hypothetical question. And what the real evidence is that Officer Lucky was standing outside the car. At most, he reached an arm into the car. He tried to grab a hold of Mr. Wright. At one point, he tried to grab the steering wheel or the steering column. He's standing outside of the car, his feet on the ground. He's no more in the car than Potter was. Recall that counsel asked him, as far as you knew, Johnson was in the car. Lucky dutifully agreed with that.
Judge, I object to this. I didn't go into this testimony.
The objection is overruled.
Oh. For sure, Jason. For sure, brother.
But during
hey,
that
that's
time,
the reason for the season around here, dude. That's like what we do.
Potter is on the other side of the car from Sergeant Johnson.
That's what we
Sometimes
do.
behind Officer Lucky. Recall Officer Potter saying she's 5'3". Look at the video. Yeah, her body camera's down here, and her eyes are up here, but she's only as tall as the car. So counsel pointed out, you know, we're talking about the body cam, we're showing you the body cam. Yeah, but her eyes aren't going to be any better perspective of Sergeant Johnson. Just
No.
look at the video, see where she lines up with that car.
You can see his face in the video, which is weird that the defense took that
Dr. Miller talk about hyperfocus.
stance at all.
She had this kind of tunnel vision hyperfocus during this chaotic scene. How did she see Sergeant Johnson's face with this look of terror? The bottom line, factually, is that the opinions of Lucky, Johnson, for that matter, Fleslin, Peterson, Gannon,
Yeah, when he shot him in the body, sure,
factual claims were offered on leading hypotheticals, not the actual facts of the
And probably what happened, Anna.
This is particularly true of Fleslin, Peterson, Gannon. Fleslin and Peterson only watched brief snippets of the video. Right? They didn't
My multi-stream
review
went
all
down.
of the evidence in the case. Seth Stoughton did. They didn't interview witnesses. They admitted to you all. They were just offering opinions on hypotheticals from Miss Potter. Mr. Gannon indicated that he watched Miss Potter's body-worn camera that night and immediately concluded this was an accident. Right or wrong, he believes he was fired for it. But then anyways, at the request of the defense, he then went and watched the squad camera. And that was all. The squad camera's perspective is behind the Buick, the white car, and a little off to the driver's side. It's not a good perspective of Sergeant Johnson's position. The fact is, Gannon didn't even watch Sergeant Johnson's body-worn camera. You have. The facts simply don't support these assertions, but more importantly, these assertions don't even address the proper legal argument you have heard, and you will read in the judge's instructions, that the standard is what a reasonable officer in Officer Potter's position would have known. Not one of those witnesses tried to explain that to you. Not one of them have offered an opinion that it would have been apparent to Officer Potter. Second, I want you to consider the sources of these assertions. Again, the judge has told you in her instructions that when you consider the believability and weight to give to witnesses, consider the interest in the outcome of the case, the witness's interest in the outcome of the case, and the reasonableness in light of other evidence, as well as the relationship of the witness to the parties. These officers were part of her police family. She called it that herself. They worked with her for many years. They relied on her. She relied on them. They were backup for her and vice versa. They liked the things she did. The honor guard. I think we can all like that, right? I mean, that's good stuff. That she did, no doubt about it. The domestic abuse response team, that's good stuff, right? And they all spoke highly of her for it. On the other hand, Professor Seth Stoughton is not a part of Officer Potter's police family. He did work as a police officer. He worked as a licensed investigator. Then he went to law school. And since then, he has become an expert in policing. He teaches at a law school. He researches issues related to policing. He publishes extensively. And he speaks to all groups about these issues, not just police groups. Potter kept referring to him as the $95,000 guy or the $93,000 guy.
$93,000 guy.
That's not what he charged in this case, right? He testified on the stand. He's so far charged something like $9,000. Yeah, he's an expert witness. He gets paid. He can get paid $95,000.
Wonder why she was saying that.
Just kind of distract you from the reality.
Oh. He's trying to bolster dude's credibility.
Seth Stoughton, and explain in great detail for you in his own words, not
breaking
mine,
down witnesses who weren't credible.
the evidence he believes shows that Potter did not have a reasonable belief
Get him.
that some officer was in danger of death or great bodily harm. He explained the bases for his opinions properly in terms of what a reasonable officer would have known at the scene, the proper legal standard, and he explained it, and he was subject to cross-examination about it. Mr. Imes, on the other hand, who has spent his entire career completely immersed in police organizations, dedicated his life to it, told you that, can't remember if he said 110% or more than that. Simply offered a short opinion. Not accepting a fee for his services because that's how important it is. He still was not sure if he had reviewed all of the materials when he wrote his report. He wrote a report that was just over 2 pages in length, and he did not even consider Potter's use of deadly force until after the trial started and the defense brought it up to him through Sergeant Johnson's testimony. Yes, he drove up here. That's how much he cares. But he didn't even know if he had reviewed all the material. Didn't even think about deadly force until it was brought up later. Tim Gannon.
The objection is overruled.
I think I already talked a little bit about Mr. Gannon. I would point out here, he too made no attempt to offer a basis for his opinion, certainly not at length.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Anna.
Didn't even watch Sergeant Johnson's body worn.
Yeah, no, I agree with the prosecution 100%. I feel like they're taking their turn to bring out their own gray-haired dude that needs a lozenge, but let's trudge on through. Lordy.
An interesting thing, also, incidentally, that I want to point out, Commander Grunig and then Chief Gannon authorized the BCA to come in and investigate the case. And why is that? To avoid any appearance of bias.
Judge,
right?
never mentioned the BCA. It's improper.
The objection is overruled.
And
the judge is starting to sound
so
feisty.
They recognize in bringing the BCA into
at old Mr. Gray.
The potential for bias of fellow officers. You should feel free to consider then that recognition when they nonetheless come in here and testify.
Yes, Stan Odie, you're the man.
But in the end, despite all of that, you can rely on the most important evidence of all, Ms. Potter's own actions and words. Her actions and words before, during, and after she shot Dante right in the chest.
Yeah, Rich, I don't sleep.
That actions speak louder than words.
To answer Rich's question in the chat, yeah, I'm still on. We're gonna make it to the end of these closing statements, and we'll probably end around deliberation for the day. But oh yeah, I don't sleep.
Words, you all heard that. Here, I think they both speak at the same volume. For her actions and words speak very loudly that she did not believe deadly force was necessary. She clearly said taser over and over. I'll tase you. I'll tase you. Taser, taser, taser. It's consistent with training. Training to provide notice to the subject and
But she did no other form of protocol.
She only pulled the trigger once. You heard testimony that that's what you do with a taser, not a handgun. She immediately, and that's after she immediately expressed surprise that she had shot him. She immediately said she had pulled the wrong gun. She punctuated that admission with profanity. Pulled the wrong fucking gun. She emphasized.
Spicy.
She immediately expressed shock that she had done something
legal
so
cursing.
very wrong. Consider the real volume, if you will, of her reaction.
Parenthetical in quotes cussing.
She is beside herself. She questions how she could have done this. She collapses to the ground and admits how wrong her conduct was. I'm going to prison and I killed a boy. Is that the reaction of somebody who thought deadly force was really necessary? Also important is what she did not say. She never said, I had to shoot him, or somebody could have gotten hurt, like her fellow officers, her police family. She didn't even take Sergeant Johnson's offer to say that, when Sergeant Johnson said he was trying to drive away with me in the car, which isn't even true.
She doesn't defend herself.
But he offered that to her, and she didn't even bite on it.
Yeah, that's a very good point he just brought up.
She was so caught up in the recognition of the wrongfulness of her own conduct.
That's something I brought up earlier. She immediately collapsed
Finally,
inward
consider
on
her own
herself.
words to you. here in court under oath, she admitted to you here that she did not mean to shoot him with the gun. When she was asked about it, she knew deadly force was not necessary.
Mm-hmm. She was trying to present herself as an authority.
If she didn't believe deadly force was not necessary, how could a reasonable officer in that position believe it? Incidentally, and so let me summarize. There simply is no evidence upon which to believe.
Yeah, Rich. I don't know.
Officer Potter's position would have
first degree and second degree manslaughter, I think, is what's on the table.
Was necessary at that moment in time. One of the things I want to make sure I point out was mentioned that you're going to have the Glock and the taser back there with you. They will be rendered safe. But keep in mind that the Glock...
This is not rebuttal.
The objection is overruled.
Remember that
it is rebuttal.
Has been unloaded, right? That's how we're rendering. One way we're rendering it safe is to take the ammunition, keep that separate.
You know what I'm saying?
So if you're going to consider the weight, just keep that in mind.
Don't talk about my asshole.
Don't talk about my asshole.
Look at them and
You know
see
I'm
the difference.
self-conscious.
And we wanted to make sure that you could put hands on it.
I'm glad Iro popped in here. Number one, plug Iro on Twitch. Everybody like, share, and subscribe. Iro on Twitch. Number two, happy birthday to your wife.
Thank you, man. I will let her know.
Oh, please do.
I'm actually waiting for my daughter to get out of school, and then I'm gonna go do birthday stuff and like get a cake and presents and all that.
Oh shit. Man. Oh heck yes.
All that dumb shit I hate when people do for me. You know.
Oh yeah. All that surprise ish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Holding it down, dude. I'm glad you popped in here because I was saving that for the end, and glad I got to say it to you personally instead of like send a timestamp to Carmel like, hey, I shot happy birthday.
Yeah, there it is.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. This song isn't copywritten.
About my birthday, the day before my birthday is Frodo and Bilbo Baggins' birthday.
Oh, that's dope.
The same day as my grandmother. My grandmother was born the same day as Frodo and Bilbo.
That's cool as hell. That's cool. That's like
at least according to Shire reckoning.
I take it as gospel. To catch you up, Iro, we're on the closing statements of the Kim Potter trial. It's been a fucking nightmare. The prosecution did a good job. The defense was kind of somewhere between like a cartoon frog and like Matlock, but on Ambien. It was real bad. And also
Matlock always wins though.
Matlock does always win, but again on Ambien. So Matlock doesn't even know he's actually at court. He thinks he's, grabbing a glass of milk or whatever. Chilling. Yeah. This dude frequently missteps verbally, and it was like embarrassing almost by the end of it. Even Jameson was like, wow, there's just things he said that you don't say. And
damn it.
Yeah, so now what we're on though is the rebuttal. The state's rebuttal and kind of closing, just for realsies closing statements this time. Yeah, man. Check this out. Look at me.
Sir Potter has done
breaking it down.
And her taser for many years. All right, I want to talk. I think somewhat quickly about.
I've been playing Tarkov lately. I've been shooting people.
Hell yeah.
Potter.
It's all right.
Believes Dante Wright
I'm getting stoned right now.
His own death.
Hell yeah! If you guys got them, burn them.
Somewhat stunning to me.
Playing some Tarkov Tetris.
Oh.
And let's talk about that for a minute.
Just where you have to manage your stash to give yourself more room. It's not.
We have this concept we like to call
interesting as hell though.
Rebranding.
It's all right, dude. I'll show it to you sometime.
Change people's perspectives.
It's like the most intense, realistic.
You always to think about that in this
Call of Duty or Battlefield you've ever seen.
Using words like the car taking off.
Quick aside while we're on video games, dude. I'm getting Lux to play Skyrim for her first time right now.
For the first? The game has been out for fucking like 10 years. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Well, that's good, dude. That means while she's playing Skyrim, I can keep harassing you to play Hearts of Iron with me.
Dude, she has played through, I think, 3. Like, she's gone through all the DLCs and the main story in Elder Scrolls Online, like with 3 different characters, and hasn't played Skyrim.
With mods? Or you just sending her vanilla?
Or vanilla, just vanilla.
So, I mean, what is she playing now?
Oh, vanilla, but the new edition, the special edition.
The one with all the DLCs.
Yeah, the one.
Because there's some mods you can find now that make that bitch look like fucking a brand new game.
Dude, I have
visually.
Yeah, I've got some mods on my rig that are ridiculous. But I will say, with the special edition, if you get some of the graphics mods that I like some of the extra clothing options and things, it adds some bugs to the game, which is really unfortunate. Like, it fucking makes it to where some characters don't have torches, so they won't walk around dark areas and activate the next part of the quest, kind of thing. And I've had some Skyrim, man, Bethesda. It's just that same Morrowind Ninja, man. That game, I've been really surprised watching her play it now, because it's been a minute since I played through Skyrim. How many issues they just still haven't fixed and refuse to fix about just their everything. Like,
they don't give a shit.
They don't give a shit. They're like, nah, you're gonna play it anyway.
I mean, it should be hard, right?
Yeah, they're like, you're not only are you gonna play it again, you're gonna buy it again. And it's like, all right, all right. Oh, Jason says, what was that? So 4 years. Oh, so no. I played the shit. Yeah, I played the shit out of Skyrim for a minute. I'll replay
Skyrim, ESO.
Yeah,
Life is Feudal killed my ESO life, but I made that choice willingly.
Word. ESO. I still love it, man. The new expansion's been pretty great. I like what they're doing.
Oh, dude, yeah, ESO is a great game.
Yeah.
The realism with Lift got me for a long time. Yeah. I liked feeling like I was doing medieval chores as a game.
Dude, damn straight.
That was kind of cool. And then the MMO hit, dude. The MMO was legit for a while. That was crazy.
Yeah, where a rich buddy, frequent Murky in the text chat says that, he used to be a D&D, like a dungeon. He used to be a dungeon master back in the day. Shout out all you dungeon masters.
Boy. I got a couple real life friends who still tell me every now and then that the campaign I did with them was the best they've ever been in. And I was like, that's because we were 18 and spent all day getting high in my garage, and it really didn't matter what I said. We were all laughing anyway. But they're like, nah, blah blah blah.
Nah, you're.
I just started a new one. It's not new anymore, but I started one, and I've been having a really good time. I haven't been a player like. I still have at least triple the time DMing is playing, because all the games I play in don't last very long.
Yeah. Hey, man.
And it's not my fault. I swear, I don't break the game.
You're good. No, it's the amount of thought and love you put into what you're
since
playing.
We're bringing it up, well, I guess I brought it up, but dude, I am so filthy fucking rich now.
Oh shit.
In my game, it's just two people playing in our current game, right?
Oh,
Me and my friend, and then there's the DM. And we just killed this dragon, helping these dwarves out kill the dragon, and they said we could keep whatever was at this kobold hold. And I'm talking probably more money than I've ever had before was in this bitch, along with some magical items. And the dude running with me was like, "Oh, you can have it." He doesn't take shit. That's just his shtick, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, he's like, "No,
so I'm monk." Had to get a hand cart to bring it all back.
Holy shit, dude! Yeah,
and now I've got to figure out how to transport all these poundage of coins.
What am I doing? Retiring from the campaign.
Later.
I bought an island. Later. Fuck y'all, I'm going home. And I just bought a new home. Oh, man. All right, let's get through these closing statements real quick. These are wild. I got it on the share screen here in Discord if you haven't popped into it.
Jet, which, of course, was at the time being operated
this is gonna
by somebody
be...
Miss Potter had just shot in the chest.
Oof.
Blew up his heart. Blood's pumping into his chest. Dr. Jackson, I think, said we would call that survivability.
You better be a D&D player if you're playing Neverwinter, Debbie. Yes.
Yes. Off like a jet. Elena Albrecht Payton told you he's just sort of gurgling, gasping by the time they crash. Unfortunately, Dante Wright's already dead at that point, taking off like a jet. This notion of fighting or struggling with Dante Wright in the car, I talked about that already. The fact that he was high on marijuana or stoned. Elena Albrecht Payton told you he wasn't acting like he was under the influence of the marijuana. There's no evidence. You watch the videos.
It was one joint, okay? And he got pulled over for an air freshener. And yeah, like Sharinda said earlier in the chat, if every joint I smoked was a death sentence, I'd be dead 8,000 times over, dude. There's no fucking way. That's crazy. That's crazy talk that the defense even brought that up in their closing. Like, dude, piss off with the trying to attach weed to this in any way. It was one joint.
These are
I'll blow through one joint,
fellow officers,
ride a unicycle,
getting pulled over.
I'll ride a unicycle while fucking someone's mom after smoking one joint, dude. I am absolutely coherent. Okay, There's no, hey, fuck that. That's crazy talk. What that dude was saying. Like, he could have been, he's under the influence. Yeah. Like, no, he's not.
That aren't really true to change perceptions of what happened, to rebrand a case.
Less under the influence than someone who had drank one glass of wine. If you drank one glass of wine, you're more under the influence than Dante was, in my opinion.
Did he smoke the joint alone?
No, he had another person with him.
And legally wrong.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty close. Is this a good weed? I mean, there's tangibles here.
Probably some good weed. Let's say it was good weed.
If it was some fucking straight up chronic and two people just blazed, and me and you just blazed joints chronic, we'd be ripped.
Yeah, we'd be pretty big.
We'd be functional because we've done it so much.
Exactly.
But we would be ripped. Like that's what I'm saying. The fact that we're functional doesn't mean we're not like impaired. Like we are impaired. We just live impaired.
Exactly. Well, and Dante's a good example of that. Tolerance is something that's why his blood tested so high for THCs, because he's an everyday smoker and probably has been since he was a teenager. Like me, that's exactly how my shit would read. I'm sure every inch of my hair, if you were to follicle test it, has THC in it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like,
I just cut my hair too. But
oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
the hair that hasn't grown, it's all there.
Yeah, it's been there for, I think he smokes, let's say, a quarter a day every day, or an eighth a day every day, or a gram a day every day. I would gamble dude's an everyday smoker.
So came right to this.
Which is fine, by the way. Anyone out there who's curious to where we're going with this is.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
It's fine to be an everyday smoker.
Yeah, especially if you have a medical card. I had my medical card in Arkansas, and I'm in a state that's recreational now. But man, is it? Yeah, we advocate for that kind of behavior here, baby.
Yeah.
You don't.
Especially if you got that back pain, you got IBS.
Watch the video of the attempt.
It helps you think the government's not trying to eat you.
You got that boredom.
Yeah.
You got that boredom, dude. Whatever.
Just
as long as you can afford it, and you're not hurting anybody to get it.
Yeah, dude. If it makes if it makes TV better, fucking puff it, dude.
If it makes you sitting here staring at a computer screen, fucking do it.
Yeah.
Like I said, as long as you're not hurting someone else or stealing from someone else, I mean, that would fall under hurting. As long as you're not doing harm to another person's livelihood doing what you do, then you should be able to do what you do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you guys see me, Chief.
I want you to consider, if we accept that argument,
that he pretty heavy. I've got a chronic illness, so I do it for pain all the time.
I got a chronic.
Yeah, I do it for pain all the time.
And there would be no consequences.
The objection is overruled.
And there would be no consequences.
And I'm sure if you looked at me long enough, you could find a reason for me to do it.
That's absurd.
Yeah. I've had more
but as of right now, I just do it because I like to do it.
It's also contrary.
I have more than one doctor tell me, because I turn down like Dilaudid prescriptions and stuff when I tell even a primary care, like I do with my weed card, and that's what I opt for. Like, we need to smoke weed every time you feel pain. Like, that can do, baby. Can do.
Probably already am.
Sounds good. Can you write that down for me, please?
Can you write that down?
We already have your card. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna, have that taped to the back of my card.
Yeah, so I can flip it over with the doctor's name.
Every officer that was asked admitted to you that in making arrest, officers have to use reasonable force. I mean, that's why
I'm sorry,
here.
Rich.
She didn't use reasonable force.
Spinal degeneration is tough.
I would have preferred...
Rich, just real quick to reach out to you and maybe let you just hopefully make you feel, like you have a brother in the fight of being stuck in a corporeal form that's degenerating, even though I am young. Kind of young. I'm 30, so I'm old, but I'm young. I am also in a state of degeneration because of my autoimmune disease. It doesn't get any better for me. Unfortunately, when I was younger, kind of bounced back, but now I'm at the point of, like my doctors describe it, I have to start doing certain things, treating my body a certain way, and thinking about longevity the best I can.
Had Dante Wright
and it's tough being on that side of your health.
Does that absolve her from liability? Does that allow her to shoot him to death?
But you got this.
Not.
Smoke that weed and enjoy the moment. Most important thing you can do when on this side of your health.
Officers still have to use reasonable force in apprehending a person. Now, Mr. Gray talked to you about superseding cause. He read to you the definition. It's plainly in the instruction the court
Lots of
read
water.
to you and will give copies of to you. He read it accurately. He's just completely wrong about how it applies. A superseding cause, if you think about it, it makes sense. A superseding cause is a cause that comes after the defendant's acts, that alters the natural sequence of events, and is the sole cause of a result.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Potter's acts came after. For Dante Wright, for his conduct to be the superseding cause, his conduct has to come after Potter's acts. It's right there in the definition that he read to you. Well, how is it that Officer Potter threatened to use her taser if Dante Wright hasn't even started fleeing it? This is a clear diversion, an attempt to blame Dante Wright for his own death. It's not a superseding cause because the conduct that they claim is a superseding cause started before.
Mm-hmm.
It put into motion these events during which Officer Potter decided she would use force.
No, I was just thinking. I told her you said heavy.
And pulled out her gun instead of her taser and shot him. It's not a superseding cause. You can read the instruction, it's plain as day in there.
Yeah, again, I hold firm that the cause of this whole thing was her presenting herself as an authority in the
Finally,
wrong way.
And I do mean this, I need to address what I contend is a mischaracterization of the law underlying the charges here. This notion of mistake or gun in hand. Dr. Miller got paid a $30,000 flat fee to come in here and tell you what? That people make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him, I guess. It's not really relevant to the case, right? There's no defensive mistake. It's like a friend of mine says, it's like blaming gravity for falling down a hole,
Mm-hmm.
right? Gravity may explain why they went down that hole, but gravity does not explain how they got in the hole in the first place. And gravity doesn't excuse the person's conduct for getting in the hole. If the person gets themselves in the hole, it's not gravity's fault. Right? A mistake is not relevant here. It's not a defense to the charges. The state does not have to prove, moreover, that she knew she had a gun in her hand. If the state was required to prove she had a gun in her hand,
We don't have to prove shit.
would be talking
We've
about
got a
an
body.
intentional
Someone died.
you will see in each instruction the court gives you defining the elements of the charges. That phrase, it is not necessary for the state to prove any intent on the part of the defendant to kill anyone. Right? We don't have to prove
Rich and Sean, I love you
that she
both.
meant to kill him. This is not an
And we got this, dude.
murder.
You all right? We'll do this.
Both
We'll still end
counts
up dancing on some graves.
submitted to you require only that she was aware of the risk, not that she was aware of the gun in her hand. Ms. Potter's counsel argued many times that about what conscious means. Conscious and intentional acts. Well, the easiest way to say this is she wasn't sleepwalking. This wasn't a reflexive action. Her conduct, her conscious and intentional conduct, was drawing, shooting. We don't have to prove that she knew there was a gun in her hand. Those are conscious and intentional acts. You see, the difference between murder and manslaughter is the intent to achieve the final result,
Mhm.
right? In murder, the actor intends.
This is way out of rebuttal.
The objection is overruled.
In murder, the
Overruled again, dude. None of his objections have stuck.
in manslaughter,
Lowdy, Janet just
based
turned
on
40.
recklessness. The person does not intend the final result, the death. Rather, their liability, as I said, is based on recklessness. Their conduct creates a risk that they disregard, and somebody dies.
Whoa.
It is her conduct that creates the risk. Her conduct created a risk that she would use the wrong weapon, and her conduct in going to her gun holster, drawing her gun and pointing it and pulling the trigger. These were the voluntary acts, the conscious, intentional acts that she did that created the risk. And what's the risk? What she's been taught, what every officer knows, a gun can kill. What she's been taught over and over, weapons confusion. She's been taught that we have the taser over here. We make it look different. We make it feel different. It has lasers and a light. It has a CID screen in the back so you can see it.
Hey, what up, Carly? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, my friend? Happy holidays. How's the pup?
She created a risk by deciding to
How's our boy doing?
force with a weapon. She knew of all those risks of drawing the wrong weapon, and she did it. She killed Dante Wright. Even Mr. Gannon admitted that's not what we expect of police officers. You don't have to prove that she knew she had her gun in her hand. That's not the conduct that creates the risk. Right? It certainly is. I think reckless to not acknowledge when you're going to use force and you're thinking about it, to simply disregard all of that and pull the trigger anyway.
Mm-hmm.
She was aware of the danger of drawing a gun instead of a taser. She had been trained.
I'm the same as Sean.
Things have been put in place to
I don't take any pills.
The look, the feel, where to wear it.
Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm an opiate addict and alcoholic,
Her gun
and
instead of her left hand to pull the taser.
I have been clean for
Did not even look to see if it was her taser.
6 years off of
Pulled the
opiates.
trigger a foot or two from Dante Wright's chest,
7?
causing his death. She had to know that using her left hand instead of her right hand, or somebody could die.
It'd be okay.
And Dante Wright died. Thank you for your patience. I hope I haven't worn it out. The state respectfully requests that you find
Oh, gotcha,
guilt
Rich.
on both
Yeah,
charges
sounds like you need it.
Thank you.
Gotcha, but hey, proud of you for using it sparingly. By the way, proud of you for using it sparingly.
Okay.
Well, that's the end of the closing arguments. The jury is going to go into deliberation, and we're going to wind this on down for the day. Shout out everybody who's been with me since the crack of dawn, my time. I love you guys endlessly. Let's see here. We still got Iro here in the chat. We still got you here, Chief. There you are.
Yeah, I'm hanging out, dude. I'm around.
What up, dude? Before I bounce out, I want to say happy birthday to Carmel again, and that I love you guys. And I forgot what else, but
hey, dude, take it easy. Have a good one. I'll catch you later.
Yeah. And Justin, Shield brother. I got both my Shield brothers in here. It's a really good morning so far. Justin and Chief. That always makes me feel really good. Hey, and also Curly. Shout out Curly. And Anna and Sean. Jason showed up. We had Sharinda show up. Some people that I love dearly. And I love you all so much. Let's go ahead and roll on out of here. Let's see. Let's play a track to go out on today. You guys want some chill jams to go out on? Let's do it. Let's play. Let's see, 7 by Dr. Dundiff. Available on all streaming platforms, guys. Check him out. Dr. Dundiff. It's DUNDIFF. Hey. Thank you, Rock. Rock holding it down. He really is kind of like my rock at this point. Every time I say goodbye, sometimes you might not hear from me. It's just lurking and we get a goodbye from Rock. Man, it's always it's smooth as hell. Yeah, guys, again, this is 7 by Dr. Dundiff. There's a link to a place you can download the song right here in the chat and Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, check them out on whatever streaming platform you can. And be sure to like, share, and subscribe. What was that, Justin?
Talk to you in the morning.
Hey, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning, man. And again, I'll probably be off the 25th. And we've got a holiday party that I'm going to this evening. So the morning stream, it might be, like walking through a room of noodles to get there. But, stay tuned to the channel, guys.
You